time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome to NUFC Talk Matchday Build-Up live with Tim and Peter. How are you doing, Peter?
Yeah, it's doing all good. Just fresh from a couple of pints of Guinness from Irish Centre in Newcastle. But ready for the match now. So, aye, all good. How about yourself?
Yeah, obviously we've beaten Newcastle. It was our mum's birthday today, and we and one of our brothers went along, took out to a nice restaurant, and caught up with Win, Chris, and the lovely Betsy, and had a few drinks, and really good to catch up. So yeah, interesting one tonight, but yeah, it's been interesting. Anyway, obviously we had the live show at Gosforth, and that was quality. So I'm pleased that everybody else seemed to enjoy it as well. And it was great, like I say, meeting everyone who was there as well. Some people for the first time. So no, it's all good. Like, it's all going in the right direction, I think. And fingers crossed, we'll do it on the pitch tonight. So we've got PSV in the Champions League at St James's Park. Okay, so before we get our teeth stuck into the game, let's get the holy grail of the housework done. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's totally free. Smash the like button. It really helps support the stream. Get involved in the live chat. We want to hear your thoughts. To guarantee a comment being read, give us a super chat. Don't forget to become a member by joining NTTV Plus for $4.99. If you were refunded recently, please make sure you can rejoin if possible. NTTV Plus now includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. And supporting the channel helps us continue to deliver daily Newcastle United content. And we really appreciate all of your support and engagement out there. And obviously the news as well about the radio Ofcom license is brilliant as well. And yeah, it's looking quality. So like Borty said last night, like, big up to Chris, Wynn, and Betsy behind the scenes there, you know, and obviously all you moderators as well, you know, Queen of Hearts, and everybody else. A lot of hard work's been put in to get there to this point. A lot of graft. So yeah, hats off, like I say, and I'm just kind of grateful to be part of it, you know. So yeah, let's see who's in the comments. So we've got Quinny there is in. We've got Steve, and we've got Tracy Goss there. I'll just put this on. Happy birthday to your mum. Hope she brings us some extra luck. Yeah, fingers crossed. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Cheers. Yeah, hopefully she does. And yeah, we'll certainly see. But she had a good chat with Win, and you know, she told her views and who she likes, who she doesn't, and Win gave his views as normal. Mercury Dime, evening fellas, IMS, how you doing? So yeah, let's get into the game then. I mean, this is kind of off the cuff, innit? Do you know what I mean? I've got no notes. You might have a few, Peter. I've got no notes here. We haven't been long back in, so let's go over the game. Let's see what we think. How are you feeling about tonight, Peter?
I'm excited. You know, Champions League back again at St James's. So come on, these are the nights that we've all wanted to come back to St James's, to come back to Newcastle. So yeah, we've got to enjoy it. I think it will be a tough one. PSV are first in the Dutch league, and so they've got 52 points. Not only that, second place have got 36 points. So there's a massive gap in their own league between where they are top of the pile to then second place, which I believe is Feyenoord. They're way ahead of them. So they're a decent outfit, and if they win tonight at PSV, they will then kind of leapfrog Newcastle in the Champions League table. But yeah, I think it'll be a tough one. They also beat Liverpool 4-1, PSV,
Yeah.
earlier this season in the Champions League in Liverpool's own backyard.
I mean, Liverpool in a crisis a bit, but obviously you still got to turn up, haven't you? You know.
Aye, they still done the business. So yeah, it will be tough, but I always love it when these games come around. It's like a break from the Premier League where that kind of excitement that you get from European games allows you just to kind of almost reset and forget about any kind of, obviously Wolves game was poor. You know, I'll admit that it was.
That's poor. That's really poor for me.
Well, exactly. Aye, play the soundboard, but aye, it was it
Need access
shambolic.
first.
I don't know. Don't know if I'd maybe say shambolic, but it was dour. I mean, we've said all this, haven't we? I mean, in the shows subsequent to the match, but yeah, it was devoid of ideas. But tonight at home, I'd like to think that there'll be a lot more creativity on show, and they're going to be more at it in terms of being an attacking threat. So I'm looking forward to it.
Aye. Peter Merrifield says, "Good evening, guys. How are you? How are both of you? Yeah, good, mate. Good.
I'm good.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
Appreciate
good,
it."
Cheers.
And Steve Bobby says 1-1 both early kickoffs so far. Who was playing actually? I'm not too sure. So let us know, mate. The thing is as well is like, how good is it to have all these games like thick and fast? No matter how you think we're playing and stuff, it's like a game every 3-4 days, and it is quality, like, isn't it? You know?
Aye. Yeah, totally. It's like I said, like you strive to be on the big stage as an ambitious club, and we grew up with European games like this. We were watching Newcastle in the Champions League under obviously Dalglish, but then Robson and even the Europa League or UEFA Cup as it was back then. So, like
Yeah,
I said,
exactly.
I think it brings an excitement not just to the being a Newcastle fan, but if you live in the city, it brings a buzz to the town as well.
Yeah. No, exactly. And like you say, this should be the norm for us. You know, as a club, you know, we were kind of used to it. Like you say, it was kind of one season in, one season out a little bit. Although under Robson, it was, you know, most of the seasons when we got that those three finishes in the top 6 anyway in a row. So this is what we should be striving for, you know, year in, year out. So it might, you know, from the outside you could think it takes a toll physically and mentally on the players, but like you say, they've got to rise to this occasion and really embrace it and really enjoy it. And Eddie Howe, to be fair to him, you know, he does insist on that. He says that a lot, you know. So that they've got to take his lead. Whether we rotate the squad enough to maybe do that is another question. But in terms of tonight in the team, against Wolves, we had Joe Linton, Tonali, and Bruno, didn't we, in the middle? I reckon Ramsey might come in for this one, for maybe Tonali.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've
I think that'll be okay, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Just before I get onto that, actually, I can see in the comments there, Mighty Win. Cheers, pal. Cheers for the drinks earlier as well. He is generous. You have to give him that when it comes to being at the bar. So yeah, enjoy it, mate. Have a good time at the match. But yeah,
sing your heart out, mate, if you can.
Say again to me.
Sing your heart out, Win, if you can in the East Stand.
Exactly.
It's possible.
Yeah, give a few shouts to United and try and get that East Stand going a little bit more. But yeah, so I mean, in terms of Ramsey, to me, you mentioned just there about the midfield area. I wrote some notes earlier before the match. Before this show. I do think, that Ramsey, for me, I would like to see him come in. I think he could be in this kind of game where it is going to be technical. A lot of players who are technically very good on the ball, but also PSV, I've heard that, you know, they like to press a lot of energy. Ramsey has got quick feet. He can spin. He can turn. He's a different kind of player to J7. And to be fair to J7, like, he's done well since he's came in. So I'm not just totally bashing J7 and saying he's rubbish.
Yeah.
There's a place for him in the squad and in the team, depending on what the game is and who Newcastle are playing. But yeah, for tonight, I think Ramsey, I don't think he will, but if it was me, I do think it would be a good game for Ramsey to come in tonight. Like you say, play in that midfield three with Bruno and Tonali, I would say. Even though Tonali hasn't been great, I mean, what do you think about his form? Because even against Wolves, again, I mean, not many of them played well, but Tonali is someone who I don't think has played very well for a fair bit now.
I agree. I you going in and out the abyss there, like, Peter.
That's good, like.
All right. But with Tonali, I think he has been, not well off it, but he just hasn't been at his best, has he, for a little while now? And he's obviously one of our biggest names and most talented players. But if you're not really doing it as you can, are you getting blinded now?
That's good. Let's just sort this out.
I mean, whatever. So you've got a squad for a reason, and if a player like Tonali isn't quite doing it, I mean, I think against Wolves, it's like the whole team just hover shot. You know what I mean? Just shoot, test the keeper. We hear all the time about Tonali's amazing shots, how powerful a shot he's got. Well, let's see it then. And obviously, that's the wider point of the whole tippy-tappy stuff. Pep ball that is just entrenched everywhere, including us. And we're sometimes not the worst offenders, but against Wolves, my word, we were. So I think Ramsey, I've got no issues Ramsey coming in tonight if that's what happens. And then against Villa, you can say to Tonali, okay, I'll put you back in. I really want to see the best Tonali now against Villa. And then you could either keep Ramsey in maybe on the right. I mean, that probably won't happen. I'm just saying what I would do. Or put him on the bench. It'll be interesting to see how he would handle going back to Villa Park, Jacob Ramsey. But yeah, tonight, I think you've got to freshen it up in one of these games we've got. You know what I mean? In this week of Wolves, PSV, Villa. For me, I think playing same midfield in each of those three games, mentally and physically, I think is just pushing it a little bit. So let's see. What is that? What you would do as well, like, Peter?
I thought beforehand, like, I would like with Ramsey how he's played and what I've seen this season. When he's been given a chance, I've liked what I've saw. So I would like to see him in tonight.
Borky says, win is knackered. Well, he was getting the drinks in, wasn't he? And to be fair, we were still standing. Absolutely fine when we left the Irish club, but I don't know what he's like now. But see what he's like after the match although he said, didn't he, he's not going to do post-matches now after getting slated for leaving early, being a part-timer. So we'll see if he's on. Let's have a look. Connor says there, question is how telling them to keep the ball and not take risks. I think to an extent, yes. And I've heard Howe's comments as well for the pre-match presser against PSV. I think it was for tonight's game. And I think even then he was alluding to the Wolves game and saying that he wanted one of our players to step up and be that man, to be the difference maker. And you could say whether that's a shot, whether that's a dribble, whether that's a cross. But okay, yeah, you're saying it, Eddie. That's great. You want one of our players to step up and do that. But why aren't they? Why are they so ingrained in the pendulum, like you're saying, like Gary says, like left and right, waiting for this perfect opening until you take a supposed risk. Taking a risk is when there isn't necessarily a perfect opening, but you've got the cojones to say, you know what, I'm going to take a shot, or I'm going to take that player on, I'm going to back myself. And not enough players do that. But the wider point, I think, as well, to that is, do we have enough players? Like you said, Peter, on the live show 2 nights ago, do we have the players to actually execute that enough? And we probably don't. So like you say, St. Maximin, yes, he was hot and cold in that, but in terms of profile of player, we need more difference makers of that mould who, in a tight game, can beat a man or two. put a cross in or get a shot off. And
Mhm.
that's just to cap this off. That's where my frustration also lies with Harvey Barnes, in that because we're not littered with those types of players, we need to wring out as much as we can in the squad for moments of quality out of the blue. Therefore, to me, logic tells you that Harvey Barnes should be on the left, because that maximizes the chances of him cutting inside, doing what we've seen him do a million times, and ping a top corner. So that's frustrating when he's on the right and he can't do it there, can he?
Mm. Not as much, not to the extent as to how he is on the left, where I think most of his success as a Toon player has came from that left side. But yeah, he'll do a job on the right, and he can have a good game on the right. I'm not disputing that, but I think left side is where he's most effective. Like you say, cutting in. He's got the drop on the fullback that way, cutting in on his strong foot. It does tie into a wider point though, in terms of possession, and this is what I was saying. Like you said 2 nights ago, football. You watch League Two or League One. Players now, it's completely ingrained
Yeah.
in the game for players, goalkeepers and defenders to play the ball out the back and keep possession as if that is the priority. That is the number one priority for every team. And I do think it's a problem. I think
Yeah.
it's a problem in football, and I'm not sure enough people in the game see it as a problem,
Yeah.
which is kind of concerning. I think we're so used to it. Sometimes when you kind of watch a game, if you just step back sometimes, you can see that there's moments in games, in just in general, in any match. Like we were watching Tottenham last night, and I've forgotten the player who it was, but Tottenham had the ball, edge of the box, created some space, shooting opportunity, and instead he slips the ball to the inside right.
Yeah. Narrows the
Now,
angle.
yeah. Now, don't get us wrong. The player who then receives the ball, he gets his shot off. Keeper saves it, goes out for a corner, and you're like, oh, nearly scored, corner kick. That was good, wasn't it? But then you think, well, actually, no, it wasn't, because if you go back, the player who passed the ball was the one who should have shot. Because, like you say, he's then narrowed the angle by playing that extra pass. So when the shot does come, it's going to be a bit harder to score. But because they're so ingrained in this possession type style of football, it's like it's kind of like hard for players to kind of let go of that. And obviously, we saw that against Wolves with Newcastle in terms of possession. Don't get me wrong; it's hard to play against a team who sit back like Wolves did. A lot of players behind the ball. So yeah, it's going to be a bit slower than normal. I'll accept that, but that's where you up the tempo. And in the
Yeah.
past, that is when your Mavericks would come into play
Yeah.
for games like that. Players now at a young age, that Maverick type of player is being coached out of players as they come through the youth, through the ranks, because coaches are trying to get them kind of programmed into this possession football at an early age. Now, again, like I say, it's a problem. It's a problem in football in general. It's not just Newcastle. So I just hope sooner rather than later someone steps out the box and shakes things up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. And it'll be to their advantage as well, potentially anyway, where you are testing the opposition a lot more. You are maybe having two strikers on the pitch a lot more, and teams are going to have to then combat that. So, like you say, it's about what manager is going to be brave enough to step forward and break the mold, and win games that way. Just got the comments there, Queenie. Good evening. Good to have you on board, Queenie, again. doing your moderating, absolutely spot on job, and it was obviously class to see you. Was it 3 days ago, for the Wolves game. Yeah, hope you're well. Hope you're well. And just want to go a bit further down here. Because somebody said, I just need to find this comment. I'll pick it up here actually. I've got it wrote down. So somebody mentioned that Mateta and Oscar Bob. So they are going from Palace and City. And Mateta, like, we kind of could do with a striker, couldn't we? I think the problem with Mateta, I really like Mateta. I think he's a quality striker, and he's got a little bit of pace about him. He's powerful, but he is 28 years old, and it's a kind of similar signing to Wissa in that you need him to do it now, and you can't afford much leeway in that way. And then you'd have Wissa on the books, 29. Then you'd have obviously Mateta, 28. Look, I wouldn't be against it necessarily because I like the player. I think we've said this about Wissa, it hasn't quite worked yet, but I think I'd like to think anyway Mateta would come in and hit the ground running. But I don't think it'll happen purely because of his age, really. And I can understand that point as well. But I think Oscar Bob, from the bits I've seen, he is quality. And he seems really skillful. And I think somebody mentioned that it was for like 35 million to Fulham that he might be going to. And that seems like a really good price. So he can play on the right. And obviously, we know the problems we've had for the right wing now this season. And obviously, well, not before because Murphy's been quality, but we know we want to strengthen that position, or we've wanted to. And Alanga hasn't worked out. So I think Oscar Bob, again, just from the bits I've seen, I haven't seen him absolutely loads, but when I have, he's proper skillful. He can come in and he's a bit of a wizard on the ball. And he really would add that creativity down that side potentially. And just say to Alanga, look, you've got to battle it out with him on the right. And obviously Murphy as well. It's competition. So, yeah, I think that's... I'd like to know maybe why we're not in for that player. Just, yeah, go on. Anything to say about that, Peter?
Just on Alanga, so is it more the right side that Oscar Bob normally would play?
From what I've seen, I mean, anybody who's seen him more, correct us if I'm wrong in the comments. You can probably play across a lot of the front three, to be honest. Like, you know what Pep's players are like. But...
Yeah. Well, just on Alanga, because he is right wing, or that right side of the attack, I wonder if he'll play a part tonight. I think he will. I mean, I don't know. Will he start? Probably not. But I think he will come off the bench. I think he'll play at some point tonight. And yeah, again, it's a game away from the Premier League. It's a chance for Alanga to hit some kind of form, get into the rhythm of things. And if I'm manager tonight, and I'm putting Alanga in the team or bringing him on the pitch as a sub, I'm saying to him, look, you go out there and you be a nuisance. If nothing else, I want you and I need you to be an absolute nuisance for PSV. Now, that's not just on the ball, that is off the ball. So with his pace, the way he could potentially shut them down in terms of closing down and harassing and just being do the ugly side of things a bit better and getting their face, if you like. He needs to do that. Like I say, he's struggling confidence-wise in terms of form on the ball, in terms of creating chances, dribbling, passing, and all that. The attacking side, he's clearly struggling massively. And it has been a disaster, really, since he came in. So I think he needs to kind of just go back to, like I say, the basics, as in you need to be a nuisance, and then it will come good. It will naturally, you will get a buzz from that if you just harass, and if you just get down, when you do get the ball, get down the line if you can, get the byline. Don't overthink things. Don't think too much. But I think he needs to be fired up. He looks too tentative. He looks too kind of tame. And that's part of the problem, I think, with Alanga. So I just hope it does come good for him, because it would be an absolute waste of 50 odd million if that transfer, if he doesn't turn it around, you know. but we'll see. Hopefully tonight he can do something.
I agree. Like speaking to Borky about it, and against Wolves at the club, and like Borky was saying about how why not just give him a run, and it's like sink or swim type of thing. Look, you're going to play the next 4 games, whatever happens, and it's an opportunity just to bed yourself in the side and get his head right. Um, and yeah, things will go wrong. Not everything will be perfect, but if he can ride that out and just force himself mentally and physically to kind of settle in the side and feel more at home, we might then see more of his skill and what he was brought here to do. So I think it's a valid point. Like I think I wouldn't be against Willock or Ramsey playing on the right for now if it isn't Alanga, you know, um, and Murphy's obviously injured. I wouldn't be against that. I think that's an okay stopgap if you like. And I think Ramsey, I do like Ramsey. I think he's a good player. Maybe overspent, but I think he is good. But yeah, with Alanga, I think why not in a way? We've spent all that money. I think he will play tonight. I've got a feeling he
He'll
will.
start.
I think he will.
Mm.
Unless he'll play Barnes right again and Gordon left. But I would have thought there'll be some rotation in the team,
Mhm.
around the team. With these 3 games, like I say, Wolves, PSV, and Villa at the weekend. Just go to some comments quickly there. So I've got Trolls there at the dark side. Let's have a look. I have been here for a while now. Queen of Hearts, how just isn't good enough. Too one-dimensional. Queen of Hearts, may I welcome you to the dark side. You are very welcome, Trolls. And Irish Toon Assassin says Oscar Bob has played as an attacking mid, left wing, and right wing. Yeah, so he can play
Right.
both sides. So that's another bonus.
Cheers, Irish.
So, no, cheers for that. I think, like I say, the bits I've seen, he looks a class act. Obviously, he's a rough diamond because Pep wouldn't let him go if he was, the next Messi right now. But I thought the same about McAtee. I said about McAtee, and fair enough, maybe he hasn't pulled up any trees of forest. I don't know, but again, I think these players would complement what we have quite well. And Borgie there. So yeah, Borgie is getting a lot of new members to the dark side. So yeah, the Emperor there is sitting in his cloak, rubbing his hands, getting his minions gathered. So let's see what happens at the end of the season. But I think with Eddie, it's obvious he's going to get the end of the season, isn't he? And we'll reassess then. The club will see what's happening. But as Wynne was adamantly saying today at the club, it's about results, and we are still up there. We're in with a shout. So I get that as well. And just one little point I want to make, by the way, about tonight is just like the Wolves game. You look outside, it's absolutely chucking it down. Oh, it's raining anyway. It's not nice out there. Test the keeper, have some shots, like all along the floor. Again, you go back to the days before Pep Ball, where things weren't as robotic, and players would play the game in front of them. They wouldn't have these patterns of play drilled into their heads and executed no matter what the conditions were. Conditions change. Conditions are different match to match. Guess what? It's not going to be easy for keepers tonight. Get some 20-yard shots off, 30-yard shots off. You might get a corner. You might get a rebound. And like I said to you last night, Peter, that player who has a shot, he is honing his radar. He's honing his accuracy. So it might not go whatever top bins on that one, but you know what? He's got a feeling for it. So the next one might go top bins.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of instinct in the game, it's there if they want it. Just don't be so robotic,
That's it.
But yeah, it's Pep Ball, like you say. It's Pep's influence. What any other thoughts about the team, Peter, tonight?
Well, actually, just not necessarily about the team, but just on Botman, he signed a new contract this week.
Mm.
And he said this club has huge potential and he would love to be part of it and achieve great success. So it is great to see that, you know, he obviously believes in the project, if you like. And I think it's really good. I mean, I would, some people I think would have been sort of questioning. It's been it has been a rocky season at times this season, and some people probably thought, well, the likes of Botman might want to be away, but no, like, yeah, he seemed really kind of adamant in his belief that the club, from where he is, he sees the club going places. So that was nice to hear.
Mm.
And it's funny because he's been here for like over 3 years, and it doesn't feel like that at all. That's obviously because of the injuries, but
Injuries.
it's
Aye.
strange to think that he's been at Newcastle for so long, really, and yet
Mm.
we've seen one brilliant season, but hopefully he's over his injury problems, and we can kind of get back to that. We can see that kind of form again, because if he wants to be here and he believes in the club, and when he's at his best, he is one of the best defenders, I think. So
Mm.
that's a great. He's a great asset. Potentially could
Yeah.
be him and Chow as well at the back. I mean, Chow obviously has been excellent this season, debut season in the Premier League, and he's took to it like duck the water. So
Mm.
I think them two at the back, it's really promising for Newcastle. So do you think they'll play tonight? I mean, like you say, a lot of games this schedule that we've got. They both played against Wolves.
Mm.
We've got obviously a game on the weekend as well. Do you think it'll be Botman and Chow centre half pairing again?
I think you can get away with it more with centre backs,
Yeah,
the lack of rotation, and I think Dan Burn obviously. I think he's nearing fitness. I don't know if he is actually fit, but I don't think we'd throw him in for this one. I mean, who knows? Like I've said before, it seems like these days players don't get reserve games anymore, under 21 games when they come back from injury. They just get thrown straight in and do all the work on the grass and the training pitch beforehand. Um, but yeah, I would expect Malik Chiao and Botman, and I think with Botman about the injuries, I think that's probably one of the reasons why there hasn't been as much speculation around him, uh, and that might have put some clubs off to say, okay, but we'll see what he's like, once he's back and see if he keeps his fitness because that record might be off-putting for some clubs. But I'm the same in that he is absolutely quality when he's playing and he's sharp and he's in his rhythm as a defender, absolute beast. And I haven't really lost faith in him as a player. I just hope that fitness wise, he can prove himself now going
mm,
forward. And hopefully he will. I think he will. And we've got one hell of a player there. And like you say, one hell of a centre back pairing who are a really good age going forward. We just need players like to back them up.
mhm,
Thankfully, Dan Burn can do that now. Although we're going to go back to the same debate again of getting Dan Burn in the side once he is back, and in terms of Eddie Howe wanting to do that potentially. So that will be very interesting, you know. Um, and yeah, there's a lot of games coming up, and certainly over 3 games, I think you can play the same the same two centre backs. But over 4, 5, 6 games, you might want to then rotate, and that's when Dan Burn might come back in. And if he plays really well, does he then keep his place in the team going forward for the rest of the league? So we will see. I wouldn't be
mm,
surprised. Um, and you go to the fullback positions, and I mean, Lewis Hall, like, again, he was one of the few bright sparks, wasn't he, against Wolves? And he was trying to make things happen from
mhm,
deep. He was taking players on. He was trying to maneuver the ball and create situations where he could, put a cross in or slide someone through, or maybe play 1-2, you know. Um, and what a player! What a player
mm,
he is.
mhm,
Uh, so I think he'll play tonight. Trips obviously got that head injury that cuts, but obviously he was able to play on. So hopefully it's more superficial. Tino is out, isn't he? He's out for like 6 weeks or so now. Um, so will it be Trips again at right back? I think that's the question. Because who else is there really?
Miley.
You know, Miley, aye, Miley. Yeah, to be fair, you could put. I think that'll be it. Actually, I think maybe you'll put Miley back at right back,
Hmm.
and then Ramsey in midfield. Um, if you're going to rotate right for this game, then I think it makes sense to me to have Ramsey brought into the side, to have Elanga brought into the side, um, and I think Wissa brought into the side as well, and then obviously Miley back in. So that's 4 changes, isn't it?
Hmm.
So I think that's fair enough. But it's not just willy nilly silly changes. It's quality players coming in. Um, so yeah, I think that just off the top of my head, I think that could be my team. You got Wissa
Hmm.
up front. You got Ramsey, Bruno, and J7 in midfield. You got Barnes left, and you've got Alanga right. Or Willock, but one of those two. Then you've got Miley right back, Botman, Share centre backs, Lewis Hall left back, and Nick Pope in goal. And
Just on that, by the way, I would like to see Ramsdale. I'll put that out there
yeah,
now. I mean, for me,
you've said that, haven't you? Aye.
yeah, neither of them are kind of world class keepers. I'll admit that. I think I'd imagine the club probably will. They've wanted Trafford for a long time, haven't they? James Trafford he's at City now, but they wanted to get him from Burnley, and I think maybe they'll go back in the summer for him, like third time lucky. But yeah, I think as much as I love Nick Pope for what he's done for the club, he has been brilliant in a lot of games for Newcastle, but his kicking does let him down at times. Like, yeah, too much of the time, really, to be honest. So I think Ramsdale. I wasn't a fan of him before he came to the club when I watched him for Arsenal. Like in terms of he was a bit erratic, I thought. Um, but we've brought him in, so sometimes players they improve and they learn through the
Mm.
experiences that they have when things like with Arsenal. Don't forget he was in a team that did kind of finish second, I think, when he
Mm.
was still their number one. I'm pretty sure he was at some point. He did finish in one of those seasons when they were second as their number
You
one.
did,
So
I.
yeah. So as much as he was like dropping the odd clanger, he was still must be doing something right to have kept his place there.
Mm.
So yeah, some players, like I'd like to think maybe he is matured, and maybe we would see the best of Ramsdale. Um,
He just looked a
so
bit shaky, though, wasn't he? I mean, obviously,
I
he
know
hasn't had a
he's
long
flapped
run,
at a
but
few crosses, and like I say, I think neither of them are ideal. If I'm brutally honest, I think
uh,
neither keeper going forwards, you'd want a new number one, wouldn't you, for next season? But I just think out of
definitely.
the two, let's just see what he can do, Ramsdale. Let's give him a run, because with the way that we do play, as much as I want the tippy tappy to be reduced, I can't deny there will still be times when we do play out from with the goalkeeper and the defenders from the back line, and it's in those moments when even just the kick and long. It's not always just the
No,
tippy
that's true.
tappy.
Like,
It's even just kicking it long.
you can actually get in the opposition's
Ramsdale,
off.
I mean, we saw against uh, which was it? Which goal was it recently when City? So in the League Cup,
Yeah.
their second goal comes from Pope, kind of scuffing his clearance into touch, and it's in our own half. So we didn't really clear the ball. So it's even for the long kicks, not just the short passing, where I think Ramsdale could be better than Pope.
Yeah. It didn't. I mean, I think maybe you kind of think Pope is more liable to pull off a worldy save here and there a bit more than Ramsdale, while at the same time they're both going to drop clangers. You know what I mean? I think it is cigarette paper between them, like Gary has said before. Um, honestly, I really can see both sides. So I can't argue really one way or the other. Um, but obviously Eddie Howe, he likes Nick Pope, doesn't he? I think he's not really going to change that. I think Ramsdale had to have worldy. worldly performances while he was in order to keep his place.
Mm.
But until so that if
He was
Pope came
flapping at
back, he was
a
gonna
few
come on.
crosses. Yeah.
Exactly, and he looked shaky at times, and his kicking was better, obviously, than Pope's, and he made some good saves as well here and there, but he just did look a bit uncertain, a bit shaky. He didn't command his area that convincingly. So yeah, like you say, going forward, we need new number one. There's no doubt about it.
Mm.
Borky says, "What lineup you guys have turning on
Tonight.
NUFC tonight on NUFC Talk? Toon Twins, Michael and Gary, then Gary and me, as in Borky. What other channel offers you this?" I think that's an absolute fair point, Borky.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with that.
Yeah. Let's have a look. And we've got a few other comments here. Coin phrase 121 says no, 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 no Ramsdale. So he doesn't want him. Colton Connor says the players have spoken. We are not signing anyone. I think there was a quote directed or attributed to Sven Botman, kind of saying we don't need any players. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Botman. Yeah, I seen the headline. That's just Botman's opinion. He feels like he believes in the squad.
Yeah, and you want that mentality, obviously.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Travis Stevens says we don't need Pope or Ramsdale to be our number one after the season. We must go get a new goalkeeper in the summer.
Yeah.
Completely agree. I think most people, if not everyone, would say the same thing. Pretty obvious now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we're going to get the team, by the way, in about 2 minutes. So hold on to your hats. Brulls says shot stopping is way more important than distribution, no matter how you put it, to be fair. Exactly. And I think that's what ultimately Eddie Howe falls back on with Nick Pope, where we might concede a goal that you wouldn't necessarily expect the keeper to save. But there are moments where Nick Pope does pull out of the bag, doesn't he? And I say, whoa, that is a quality save. But how do you offset that with the amount of clangers that he's been dropping this season? That's the question. And sometimes, is it worth it? So that's why, obviously, like the person said before, we need new number one in the summer.
It'll be Wissa tonight, won't it? I mean, I would bet that Wissa will be the main man up front tonight. And obviously, Voltemeda, I can't imagine him playing both. You never know, might be wrong, but I think Voltemeda will be on the bench.
Yeah, I expect that as well. Sporty says we need Travis Stevens 2739 on the panel as soon as. So I get you salam, mate. Get a pint of Chris. But yeah, I think with the strikers tonight, it's going to be Wissa. Maybe it won't, but I'll be surprised if it's not. But yeah, we'll get the team. But I'm going to go back to the whole, 4-3-3 or 4-4-2 conversation. So we'll go back to that. But I want to see if the team is out. Let's have a look. You have a look as well, Peter, and let us know if you find it. But yeah, just while you're doing that, basically, I was speaking to Chris, and he was saying today about how, Voltemada, he needs to be stronger. He needs to be more competitive physically. I mean, this happens with strikers who come from outside the Premier League. They need time to adapt. At the same time, though, he's got two defenders around him most of the time when he gets the ball. And the best of strikers physically would still lose out on some duels in those conditions. So I do feel for him in that way. So I think if he was to drop even further deeper, those centre-backs, I mean, as it stands, they might well follow him and push right up. But if he had a striker in front of him, then obviously the two centre-backs can't follow Voltemada and suffocate him. One has to stay with you, the striker. And the deeper Voltemada goes, the more support he's got from his midfielders. And obviously we've seen it against Bournemouth. We've seen how it worked. I thought it worked quite well. And it's not going to be amazing in one game, the first game. But you could clearly see Voltemada was more at home, in my opinion. So you got the team, by the way?
I've got the team.
Right.
Got the team.
Okay, let's see what we've got.
Yeah, so it is Poppy and goal, lads and lasses, tonight. Basically, it's, from what I can gather, it's the same team. So we've got Trippier right back, Hall left back, Botman and Shaw in the middle. Centre midfield, Joe Linton is, still in that three alongside Bruno and Tonali. Gordon Barnes and Wissa. Sorry, so I said same team. No, it's not. Obviously, I can see there Wissa starting, which was said we thought he would put him in.
Yeah.
He has done. So, yeah. I thought it would be that. I thought in terms of the midfield as well, I mean, looking at that, we can all safely bet that it'll be Gordon left and Barnes right. So, yeah, and then obviously you got the usual suspects in the middle, Joe Linton, Bruno and Tonali. So, as I said earlier, I would have liked to have seen Ramsey, but I didn't think he would. I thought he would keep it the same. I didn't think he would put Ramsey in. So J7 and Tonali keep their places in the team.
Aye.
I'm glad he's put Wissa in. As we said before, we thought he would, and he has. I do think, like you've said about Voltemeda, it's difficult for him up front on his own in this kind of formation, unless you get players around him quickly and you make runs, then it's tough. It's tough because, like you said, defenders are getting tight to him. And he is awkward, I think, with these heights. It's not easy all the time for him to hold the ball up. He's so tall. It's sometimes it can be to his detriment, I think. But yeah, I mean, I would like at some point, we've said before, like if Voltemeda comes on, you could even put Wissa on the left. Put Voltemeda further forward. If you kind of want to put him there, then keep Wissa on the left and they can interchange that way.
Aye. You're probably going to have to sacrifice some defensive strength down that left side if you do that, but obviously that's what you do. That's what you accept. If you then reap the benefits of Wissa joining the attack from the left and making up the numbers and showing his striking instincts, hopefully. I just think I am a little bit surprised because I thought that he might have played Ramsey. Like I say, we've got the 3 games. We've had the 3 games in a week. And because it's Villa at the weekend at Villa Park, my thinking was that he would want the Holy Trinity, as they are really in his eyes, of J7, Bruno and Tonali for that one. So with that being the case, I thought you're going to rest one of them tonight, and bring them back in for Sunday. So I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't done that, because does that mean that he's going to rest one of those 3 against Villa? I mean, fair enough, that's okay. If one of them, say Tonali, for example, if Tonali doesn't do it tonight, then you can't argue against him being rested or dropped, whatever you want to call it, against Villa. And then Ramsey comes in against his old club, or even Miley. But obviously, Trips would then play 3 games then, and I think that's, at his age, he probably shouldn't need a rest. So, but yeah, I am a little bit surprised. And again, like I say, the Holy Trinity, it just seems like Eddie Howe, he loves those 3. And he just, if he can play them, he will. I think that seems to be the mindset.
Yeah, I think, like you say, we've got a game on the weekend, and it will be interesting to see how things pan out in that middle 3 for the game after this one, because Ramsey is waiting in the wings, and I think he's done well. Like I say, I've liked what I've seen from him. He offers that kind of burst of energy, but he's always nippy, but he's also a good technician. He's good on the ball. He can pick a pass. I like his tempo, basically. I like how when he gets the ball, he's quite direct a lot of the time, and he's very purposeful in what he does. He doesn't have to think too much about what he wants to do. So he could have came in tonight, I thought, but maybe he will come in on the weekend, and I can see that side of things. If he thinks if Eddie Howe thinks, J7, Bruno Tonali is the best three for tonight, fair enough. But then if Ramsey then comes in weekend, it shows at least you're using the squad then.
Yeah.
And we've paid a lot of money for Ramsey, so it would be a shame not to utilise him, in some way. Like you say, even right wing, he might even be able to do a job on that right hand side, on that right side
I
of
think you could.
the attack.
I think you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously that comes to the whole dilemma with the wings and, with Murphy being injured, what do you do with the wings? And he's put Harvey Barnes out there again on the right. And, we've done this to death. I appreciate it. But look, I just can't help but say it again that you've just said a solution there, Peter. If you don't think Alang is ready yet, which mentally we could see he's struggling and he needs more time, okay. If you don't want to throw him in, then I think Ramsey is an option on the right. Can't tell me he couldn't do a job there. Certainly the same goes for Willock, if he's fit anyway, Willock. I think he is. Again, not ideal. I grant you that. He's not the future Joel Willock. Can he carry the ball down that right side? Can he link up the play for now down that right side to enable Harvey Barnes to come across on the left side and do his stuff from there? Yes, he can. His best game probably for us was against Marseille on the right wing, where he set up that chance for Gordon, who missed the ball again. Why is it beyond us to have Anthony Gordon on the bench? And maybe again, like you say, Peter, maybe it will happen against Villa. But if Anthony Gordon plays all 3 games, I just don't agree with that. I don't think he's putting in the performances to justify starting all of these games. And again, I know it's not ideal with the options, but we do have other options there. So you can't fall back and say, well, there's nothing else we can do, because there is.
And also, I mean, on that, we all agree. I think a lot of fans anyway, I think Win obviously would say differently in terms of the left-hand side, and that's fair enough. He believes Gordon is better on the left than Barnes starting on the left. I mean, like you say, we've done this to death, but I think
long ago you thought the same, like Peter.
All right. Well, summertime, I thought, you know what, we'll see what happens. I think.
Right. I was telling you then.
Did I say definitely? I mean, I thought like the season started, and I just thought, you know what, if Gordon can get back to his best, like he did in that first full season,
I think you said, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, that was my hope. We would see that kind of Gordon. But however, I mean, after a couple of months, it was pretty apparent that he wasn't getting back to those levels. I think at that point, then it's like, okay, now you put Barnes on the left, and he's your man for that slot. But just in the comments there, Connor there, big game for Missa tonight to become Wissa again. I do agree. Like, I mean, he's been off the boil, isn't he? I mean, I like what I saw from Wissa at Brentford, and I think he is a quality player. And obviously, he started well, got that goal straight off the bat against Fulham. But he didn't have his shooting boots on when he was playing against, the last few starts, really. And we
rusty as hell.
We need him to hopefully tonight to be a bit sharper and be that fox in the box that he was for Brentford. So yeah, and especially when, like I say, you're playing in this day and age of football where Mavericks are being extinguished out of the game, when you do get your chance, you need to take them. And obviously Wissa, that's what he's there for. So fingers crossed he's on form tonight. But again, like we've said as well, I think it will be interesting to see the two play together. But we did see that against Bournemouth. So you said before that you thought that worked out well when Wissa and Voltemade played together in that match.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't mind watching it back, actually. But I was there at the time, and you could see how much better, in my opinion, Voltemade looked in those deeper lying positions. how much more comfortable he looked. He didn't have players surrounding him all the time when he got the ball. He was able to turn and get his head up, um, and because he was really close to the two midfielders. He was literally like, it was a triangle, you know,
Mm.
between them.
Mhm.
So he looked really good. There's some lovely link up play. You saw with one of the moves, I think that we had. His link up play was quality and from deep as well, and using his left foot as well to spray the ball out wide. And um, yeah, I think in that position, he can ghost into the box as well. And that would make it easier for him to potentially get his goals and get his confidence going.
Mhm.
As opposed to it all being lumped on him when he is on the pitch, being that focal point.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I think when you're sharing the load, then it is easier for strikers. Certainly if they're struggling for confidence as well. It's not going to weigh down as heavy if they know their mate next to them or just ahead of them is also potentially going to put it in the net. And we grew up, watched football, with two strikers most of the time on the pitch. And Wynne said himself about partnerships. Um, a lot of football is about partnerships, whether it's the winger and fullback, centre mids, centre backs, or as it was, two strikers. And if you can get some understanding going between two strikers, um, whatever you want to call them, strikers, forwards, number 10s, at the end of the day, you've got two players on there where one is just beyond the other. Or you could have two, not with us, but you could have two players where one's a big man, one's a small, fast man. Yeah, people might call us old fashioned, but at the end of the day, if you have somebody who can hold the ball up next to somebody who can run in behind, and you're playing a team that wants to push up, then you have opportunities then to create chances.
Mhm.
So it's snobby to turn your nose up at stuff like that, in
Mhm.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, so like, yeah, at the end of the day, we have an option to play both of them, and they could complement each other. And Wissa certainly could develop better as a young striker coming from Germany and hone his skills as that kind of unorthodox but kind of silky player with the ball at his feet in terms of linking the play, in terms of nice passing, nice
Mhm.
one touch, link up, 1-2s, and ghosting into the box.
Mhm.
That's my aim. Again, I know that the third striker, Asula, is out. I understand that does make it difficult. But let's see when Asula is back. I think he will be back quite soon if he stays. Let's see what happens then. Because then I think there is really no excuse. I mean, I say excuse, it's Eddie Howe just deciding what he thinks is best. That's fair enough. He wants a 4-3-3, 4-5-1, whatever. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how it develops.
Mhm. Yeah. And like I say, it's not just Newcastle. This is a wider issue. It
Yeah.
goes beyond Newcastle and whether you want to, obviously Eddie Howe's the manager, he's the gaffer, and I accept that. If you're kind of not keen on the formation or the style of play. I mean, I think, to be fair, I don't think Eddie Howe is the worst when it comes to the tippy tappy stuff. Yes, it obviously we done it to death against Wolves, absolutely. But I'm just talking in general terms, in a kind of broad stroke. Then I think there's teams who overplay even more, way more actually than Newcastle.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, we have been quite exciting a lot of the time, but it's when you play against the likes of Wolves and when teams are well organised, you need that bit of magic sometimes. And I just think in general, football has become a bit snobby in that regard, where like um, players don't want to play the ball down the channel. They don't want to play the
Mm.
ball, like you say, like you call it, the corridor of uncertainty. Sometimes you do that to win the second ball. Um, yeah, so it's all well and good saying, um, pointing the finger at Eddie Howe, but I can guarantee you 90% of the managers out there that they would come in and they would play this tippy tappy, um, if not just as much, then probably even more, because
Not exactly even. Well,
it's a
certainly,
massive problem in football.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and exactly. And the likes of Alonso, would do it more. And I'm not sitting here saying don't get Alonso. I don't like Alonso. I'm just saying, like you're saying, the way football is, managers religiously want to carry out this brand of football. And if they make it work, it maybe looks better when the ball hits the back of the net. But it's you're talking fine margins to be able to pull that off with players
Like-
who aren't of the standard of Pep's players.
Just for example, right, Tottenham, the other night. Well, like, to be fair, they beat Dortmund, so fair play. They've done well. But the match before that, they lost to West Ham. The goalkeeper has the ball at his feet, okay? And he purposely waits for the West Ham striker to get close to him before he releases the ball. So the Tottenham goalkeeper, he's got an option to his right, he's got an option to his left, he's got an option up the field to kick it long. But no, he holds onto the ball at his feet for 5, 6, 7 seconds. And he will refuse to release that ball until the West Ham player closes him down, because in their view, that then creates this pattern of play where you've shifted them kind of across the field. You can now the player to your right now has a better kind of option going forwards when he gets the ball, because West Ham have moved around a little bit, etc., etc. But no, I'm sorry, that's not progress. You've got Tottenham fans and just like I say, fans in general paying good money, right? Like crazy money, really, for some of the tickets to watch a goalkeeper, their own goalkeeper, hold on to the ball at his feet for over 5 seconds and purposely not releasing it because he wants to be closed down before he releases the ball. This is the kind of stuff that is bog standard now in football. And then when the defender gets the ball, again, they will look to play five-a-side with their centre-half, because they're trying to work these patterns of play deep in their own half. That is not exciting. In my mind, tell us what you think in the comments, people, but this is what is entrenched now in football. And you rarely see Cruyff turns, you rarely see step overs. It's being extinguished from the game.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
just be kind of wary. Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Be wary about like pointing fingers about what about this person? What about, I mean, you know, Thomas Frank, great reputation at Brentford. Yeah, he's done really well. I'll give him that. And okay, Tottenham might be a bad example, but because I don't think they've got a great team. They finished 17th for a reason last season. But still, you look at isolated moments like that goalkeeper who's holding on to the ball like that on, it's not just one occasion, countless occasions. And I see other goalkeepers doing it. Managers and coaches are allowing that and are purposely doing that all around the game. So, yeah. Bear that in mind when you're looking at over the other side of the fence, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Totally agree. And before I bring Gary in, I've got a super chat here. Wazza, come on, lads, lasses, let's get this sewn up. Yeah, let's get it done and dusted tonight so we can relax a bit more against PSG. That would be nice.
Cheers, Wazza.
I appreciate that, Wazza. Thank you. And we've got Betsy in the building who's at the match. Hey, hit the like button. Yeah, please hit the likes, people. Helps us out a lot. And yeah, Betsy, hope you're well at the match. Hope you wrapped up well. Not too cold, and really enjoy it. Take it all in. And so I've got a question here, and I'll bring Gary in, and I want to ask Gary about this. Unless you want to bring yourself in, Gary.
Who's tech savvy?
Oh, here we
There
go.
you go.
Oh, hey.
You're right, mate. How are you doing?
You're all right.
Very well. Are you? You looking forward to tonight?
I am, mate. I am. Definitely. It's like I was saying to Peter, it's great to have all these games thick and fast in it. Do you know what I mean? However we're doing on the pitch, it's just great to have all these games to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it just brings back so much memories. You know, it's been buzzing. I mean, like I say, my missus doesn't really follow football whatsoever. She knows Lewandowski, obviously, because being Polish.
Mm.
And it's the only player that she really knows that has gone on from Poland, really, to do anything worldy, if you like. I mean, there's loads of others. But, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? It's pretty criminal. Her first ever game of football was the Classico. Uh, Unbelievable. She was visiting Spain.
Wow.
She was in Madrid, and somebody offered tickets to the group of them who were travelling from Poland, and they all said, "Oh yeah, go on, we'll come." And they
Just that
went, and
little
it,
game.
yeah, just that little game. And they were sat up in the gods. I mean,
Mm.
again, I think she went more for the free beer than she did for the football.
Mm.
But she had no idea what it meant, and I was like,
Yeah.
"You are joking." You know what I mean? I
Aye.
would. That's a dream for me.
Most football
Unreal.
fans, I want to live that once, don't they? You know,
Yeah, yeah,
Classical.
yeah. But I was trying to
Aye.
explain to her what the relevancies with PSV. I says there's a history with Sir Bobby, and I says, and there's certain teams that travel to the northeast that you class as mates more than you know enemies. And PSV, I mean, I think PSV it's a lovely ground. I've had the pleasure of spending some time during my coaching years of going and spending virtually just under a month there. Went to a lot of the um, Eredivisie now grounds, learning the trade, if you like, and that's what annoys me when I hear about the press and the engagement and everything else. And like I say, the press was invented back in '71
Yeah.
with Ajax. Ajax playing total football, and that's why I went over there. We were lucky to have a lad come from Feyenoord to come and play football for us. He'd got a nasty injury, couldn't play at the professional level, and through him playing for us in the Midland Com, it was during the off season, it was like, well, come with me and we'll travel, and I loved it. So I'd planned then the following season, as I was player manager, but I was more player than manager. And I was coming to my retirement. To be fair,
Rude Hullet.
I wanted to
Oh,
concentrate on my on my game, uh, as in a coach. So I went and spent a lot of time over there. And when you see their lads playing with tennis balls in a training session, doing tactical work with a very small ball, and the motto and the management is, if you can control a smaller ball, then controlling a bigger ball is so much easier. Another
Yeah.
thing that people in England fail to do in coaching, and please correct me if anybody out there in viewerland uh, is seeing something different. But when you're playing football, there is more than one thing that you have to control. You have to control your vision, hearing, awareness of what's surrounding you, and also the ball at your feet. So what a lot of these guys do is actually get them juggling a tennis ball while they're dribbling around cones. So mentally, they are visually looking at the ball in front of them as well as getting a feel for the ball at the feet. So
Yeah. Yeah.
they are broadening the mentality in
Yeah.
preparation for match games. So there
amazing.
is a lot to think about when
Yeah.
playing football. And as daft it looks, I've actually got a camera. I was going to bring it up in one of next week's shows about what it's like being a professional footballer and how quick the game is. Because I think it was the Villa game against Newcastle where you actually get to be on the chest. I can't remember what player it is now, but you actually see the speed of the game in front of you.
Yeah.
It's phenomenally quick these days.
hmm hmm it is at times. I think it goes through phases. Do you not think, Gary? So you'll have a match where you'll have maybe 5, 10 minutes where you're right, it's full pelt, definitely. And because they're all athletes these days as well, didn't used to be like that. Um,
No, they
even
didn't.
but you then what happens is, for me, you then also get phases, and I'm just talking in general here with football, where the game will then come to a standstill. Like, look at the Arsenal game
Mm,
against Forest the other night. It was seriously, man, it was practically walking football at times.
mm,
So you have this kind of like up and down. in terms of tempo. And I would just like to see a bit more of an even tempo where we don't get such a lull like we do. Like I say, it's just football in general. I think Newcastle, to be fair, when we play at home, I think we're normally pretty good when it comes to tempo at St James's and getting at teams. But
I was
yeah,
going to ask you though, Tim and Pete, while you're on, and I mean, I know Michael will be on very soon with us. But do you think the reasons, or what are the reasons? I mean, we talk about Bunce coming on board and being potentially the Achilles heel, if you like, of Newcastle changing and adopting the way they play, and that's that high intensity is my identity. But do you not think as well? You look across Europe now, and it's very much more possession based football. Do you also think that Eddie Howe has to transition his players that he's now obviously let me correct myself. He bought a set of players because of the high intensity, right? He went through a season, as we all know, with 14 players, I think it was at one point, injured. So he gets some instruction from this medical guy Bunce and gives him some pointers. But also, I think you've also got to make it look as though you can't play that game in Europe anymore. We've seen it in our first season in the Champions League, where yes, it was a group of death, but you saw the difference between the two teams, and we did take PSG and literally, take them off the park. To that, and again, people say, well, that's just a one game, because if you looked at the rest of the games, you saw where we lacked at times. Yes, you're always going to have those moments, and it'll never go away from us, that PSG game, and we were definitely robbed in the away leg. But for me, I think what Eddie Howe is doing now is transitioning this team of athletes, because at the end of the day, they're runners, but he's got to try and make them more football proud, and that's keeping the ball, and that's something that we have been so guilty of going forward. We just don't seem to keep the ball very well now, and I think that's something. Maybe what we've got this season is yes, it's been some really poor games, but we've dropped off the pace. But we can't have the pace and possession. It's impossible to do so. So is it the case that Eddie now is just transitioning into a European looking side, and that's why we are a little bit higgledy-piggledy at the minute when we look at us? Because we do look all over the shop at times.
I guess, yeah, I see what you mean. I think, like we said earlier about Volta, I think that's a bit of a, what's the word? It's thrown a bit of a curveball, I think, with Eddie Howe trying to kind of create a winning formula in terms of possession, because Volta, I think, was very much last minute, wasn't it? And Wissa would have been, I think, the number one if he had been fit. And Volta, yes, he started so well, but we've seen since then that when we are trying to keep possession, defenders now are getting close to him and it breaks down. So I've seen us lose possession a fair bit when he's being crowded out. So I wondered, is that a big part of it, where he's trying to, like you say, if you maybe you want to call it like a more continental style, where we are trying to play through the kind of the triangles and that kind of those kind of patterns of play. Maybe that's part of it, where Volta is kind of like one game he's class, don't get us wrong, and then the next game he's just being totally crowded out and he's being barged off the ball quite easily. So, and also, I mean, to be fair, Tonali has been way off the boil. I feel like he's in that engine room where, if you're gonna play like a lot of high intensity sort of quick tempo passing, and it's possession based, where you're trying to like keep the ball and work the other team, then to be fair, I think Tonali, I would like to see him up his game, because I know he can. That's the thing. I know he's got it in him. We all know he's a quality player.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, somebody's put in the chat. Do you think the likes of Miley will be upset, having produced, some excellent games over a period of time, out of position, and playing some really top quality football? To be fair, will he be upset? Well, I'd be upset. You've got to think, and again, we all looked at Elliot Anderson's comments the other day where he said, if I'd have stayed at Newcastle, I certainly wouldn't be in the England side now. So you can understand to a point. I just think, and I hope I'm wrong when I say this, the reasons why J7 for me is in the side is to protect Lewis Hall's position a little bit more. It's got nothing to do with being a battler. It's got nothing to do with stomping. If you look at where J7 has predominantly been over his spell, he covers that half space. And what we aren't seeing no more, and again, I'm only two eyes. You can call me four eyes with my glasses on. I don't mind. But I mean, I am one set of eyes, and I see a game where I don't see Anthony Gordon tracking back as much now because of J7's position. I do see Lewis Hall getting more forward. And if you look at the inside left position, Anthony Gordon hasn't really exploited that position a little bit more. Boki suggested that the lads overlap during the game. What I notice now is they do overlap. And again, if you look at the transition when Harvey Barnes scored the other week, Gordon to Voltamada, a little touch to Harvey Barnes to get the goal. They had changed position, but they'd become very narrow in the box. So there is movement from that front three. The problem is, for me, it looks like Lewis Hall has not only got to become a left back, he's also got to become a left winger. He's also got to become a left centre forward. He's striking the ball inside left position. It's as if the lads, for those of my age, will remember the Wurzel Gummidge days where he used to change his head to suit the situation. Are we asking too much of a young lad that literally has just come back from injury and is expected to play game after game after game? Youth is only going to give you so much before your body breaks, and the problem is with young uns, unlike the guys that are a bit more experienced, the young uns can sit on the fence. The young uns can literally sit injured and carry on, and then all of a sudden it'll break. And we've seen that with a lot more with Tino recently, where he's had repetitive injuries. Where with older ones, the likes of Murphy, if you like, if you look at Murphy comes in and out the side because he's got a strain, he feels a bit tight, and so they'll just pull him. You know what I mean? Because that's, you just can't run. You can't hold on to it like the kids can. So I can see an element of what Eddie is trying to do with this team. The problem, like I keep saying, for me as a fan, I want to be entertained. Well,
that's it.
Am I patient enough to watch this? This bunch of 11 play some really poor football at times. Have you got an excuse with the money you want? Well, it's got nothing to do with money at the end of the day. And again, Eddie Howe shot himself in the foot the other day by saying the lads will be up for this because it's a European night. They should be up for it every single bloody game. They shouldn't need Champions League football.
Yeah, I know what you mean, guys. I think it's just maybe because, European, it is exciting. You having the European nights back at St. James, it's a different dynamic. That's probably what he meant in terms of you get that excitement that you might not get ordinarily in a Premier League match. It's probably what he should have said. But I think that's probably what he meant. But just in the super chats there, I can see there's a couple.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Come in. If we go back a bit further up there, we've got Wazza singing your praises, Gary.
Oh.
So I can't select it, but if you go further up, I can see it here. He says, "Can I just say what a wonderful job you do, Yam Yam?" So,
thank you very much.
There you go.
It's always a pleasure. Like I say, I have forgotten a lot more than I know, so I do tend. And again, I have to apologise because of my brain injury. It doesn't always flow like it used to. I have to think really long and hard now about football, where before it literally was second nature.
Well,
But like I say, lots
yeah,
changed.
no, you do a cracking job, mate. So keep it up.
Eh,
And just you mentioned there about like the continental style or European style, and you mentioned about possession and possibly you were saying you want to be entertained. I mean, to me, it's like I was saying earlier, Gary, at the start of the show, like it's no longer really continental style. It's everywhere. It's just entrenched in in our domestic league, but also top tier, Championship League One, League Two, and you look at all the other leagues. I mean, Dortmund last night in the Bundesliga, it'll be the same there. Dortmund against Tottenham. Dortmund was shooting themselves in the foot all the time,
Yeah,
passing
yeah,
deep in their own half, trying to take on Tottenham players deep in midfield, losing the ball and just being totally wide open, like playing balls in dangerous areas for the sake of possession. So yeah, you got that balance between being entertained and having tactics and style of play and all this. It's too imbalanced at the minute. So
yeah.
yeah,
You're right. That's what I said. I think we've just got to be patient, and it's horrible to say it as a fan because, like I said, you just want to be entertained, and there's a lot of results that probably didn't go our way, if you like, and puts that added pressure on the lads going into tonight. Just while we're on, I can see Irish. Thanks ever so much, buddy, for throwing your two in. $1 million question panel result prediction. Well, like I said, it's a toughie. This one is a really hard one to take because I've put 3-1 in my prediction, and I'm going to stick with that because I do think Newcastle have to perform. I know it sounds awful because to force a performance doesn't always work. You have to have the lads relaxed. But I'm hoping, with it being Champions League, with it being under lights at St James's Park, which is always a special night,
hmm
I hope you get that 5 or 10% bounce off a few of them. Funny how Anthony Gordon can perform in the Champions League but can't perform in the Premier League. So maybe something else comes from him. I believe he's only one goal behind Alan Shearer in the Champions League throughout. Like I say, there's lots in the Champions League that you can be positive about. So again, I have to go back and say, wear a different hat today because Champions League format seems to be our way forward this year. And, if the lads are coming out for Premier League because they want to keep something in the bank energy-wise and not giving 100%, well, for me, it's a slippery surface to be on that. So that's my prediction, 3-1. And I think hopefully, it'll be a good game. They'll be borers, I'll tell you now. PSV will block you out. They're playing 3 across the middle to try and blank us. Perisic and Mann will probably drop in. But we'll go through the team again in a minute. So it will be a bit of a boring setup for them. Same as they were at Anfield. But by God, when they break well.
100%. I think for me, I've got down a 3-2. I think it's going to be a goal fest. But then again, we've played them 4 times, I think, including friendlies and stuff, and both teams have scored, and there's only been less than 3 goals on one occasion.
On one occasion, yeah.
Yeah, but we all like goals, and I think we'll get them today. I think, let's be honest, PSV, they're the ones that are going to look to counter a lot more than what we see in the Premier League. They've got some very, very decent players. Dennis Mann, saw him quite a bit in his Parma days, and he looked absolutely electric. Other players there, I'm not too familiar with quite a lot of them, but he's the one that stands out for me. But on our side, I'm very confident that we'll actually be able to break them down like we have done in the Champions League. We mentioned just before, and again, sorry I was a little bit late, but it's one of those where we do seem to give that 110%. I think a lot of that is down to the atmosphere as well. Let's be honest, you're playing a Benfica or an Athletic Club at home, a Premier League game against teams of that stature, you're probably getting 80%, 75% of the atmosphere you would on a big game. Champions League, that instantly changes. All of a sudden, you got Anthony Gordon giving 80% up to 110%. it's just that's what adrenaline does to you. And I think we'll see it today. I think Wissar will get a goal, and I think we'll put Sunday behind us. And I think Eddie Howe knows that we need to. It'll be a good performance, but more than all, an entertaining game, and that's what we want, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll go with 2-2 myself. Hopefully we'll win, but just after that Wolves performance, it kind of makes us a bit cautious. I mean, I can't sit here and say, PSV are this and that because I haven't seen enough of them. Obviously, you're saying, Gary, it's going to be a low block most of the time, but they will try and break quickly. So, we'll see. I just want to see us actually test the goalkeeper. And like I said earlier, in these conditions, get some shots off. Like I say, it might go in, it might go out for a corner. You might get a rebound, but just try and pepper their goal a bit more. Mix it up as well as the whole, pendulum football, as we say. So, but I'll go 2-2, but I mean, I know we're favourites, and hopefully we'll do it. We'll see. But hostile take over there, like Michael, win it.
Yeah, sorry about that, mate. It's one of those. I got the link, and I was like, right, during the game, I need to be putting comments and stuff there. And then looked at it, went, well, I'm not Tim. So I saw his face appear on the screen and went, he's messed it up, let's say. Jumped out as quick as I could.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Yeah, just going on a couple of things that Connor sent me through very quickly. Peter Boss, the coach stroke manager, has said in the press that it's a different style. I would advise the Dutch to watch Newcastle versus Leeds game. The best game I've ever seen in the last 10 years, he said. The best game I've seen in the last 10 years. Where you been? This is how football should be played. We go to Newcastle to attack and to win, he said. And I think that literally is a little bit of mental management. Because obviously he'll think that we haven't heard stuff like that before. But I mean, fair play. I don't mind the mental games if you listen to them with Arthur here cocked. But I mean, if he thinks that's the best game of football that he's seen in the last 10 years, then maybe I ain't watching the right football anymore. It wasn't the best football I've ever seen. It was exciting and a great game for the neutral. It certainly wasn't a great game for the fan. We made so many bloody mistakes through that game. It was unreal. So let's get into a little bit of nitty gritty then, boys, because like I say, it is for me a crazy one. I'm going to pop, as I always do, my team up on the screen on my board, and then it'll be easier for everybody to see at home. So apologies if we change the screens around a little bit, but at least by doing this, everybody gets a bit of a chance to see. So again, without really seeing how they set up, this is how I think they're going to set up. Junior played at left back the weekend. I mean, they've only just come back from a winter break, so again, they should be very fresh. So you've got Culver in goal, Sedilia right back, Shooten will be right centre back, and I can never know this lad's name, Gasiarovsky. I mean, that will just be up to Michael to talk about.
Not a chance.
Left centre back, and then you've got Eddie, who's come in at left back, and then you've got Wana Junior, who was playing left back, has gone into that more central role, I believe, in midfield with Veerman on the right hand side of the three. And again, the reasons why they've done that, they do play a 4-2-3-1 mainly, but at St James's Park, they are going to try and block the pass lanes through the middle. So Veerman through to Wana across that three, they will be narrow, and that will try and block those channels, especially balls up and beyond around Wissa. Perisic, obviously, we know Perisic of old. He's been around the block a few times out on that right-hand side, I believe, because D-Man, he's a tricky player. Anybody saw the Liverpool game, he played very well on that left-hand side. So Trippier's got a tough game. I never thought I'd see Trippier doing back-to-back games, especially as important as tonight. So for me, that's a tricky one. Yeah, tricky one for me with Trippier, because he's, like I say, he's a tricky character, D-Man, and he's got a lot of running in him. So again, are we going to be reliant on Malik Chow to drop across if Trippier goes? Or, are we going to rely on Louis Saul down that left-hand side to create that overload, and we all nudge across 5 to 10 yards. Botman going to the left, followed by Chow centrally, and then Trippier just drops in that 6 zone, which should free up Tonali a little bit, and Bruno just to push on. So I can see the reasons why he's done it, because obviously you look at game management, you look at, having leaders on the park, and we know we've got a few of those on the park today. But it is an interesting one, and it's certainly one, I believe, that could test the fitness of Trips. It's nice to have Miley on the bench, though. And again, I think that is another reason not to start Miley, because we all know in the past, and again, it's something I have to praise Miley for, because when he has had to change halfway through a game, he seems to just step into the role very well. It's not so long ago when he was right back, centre midfield, then centre back during one game. And like I say, he flowed. But I understand the mental behind it, because like you say, it's difficult, especially in a game like today, where you have to change that mentality role a little bit. So if he comes on, he can either slot straight into right back or again replace one of the three in midfield. Not a problem to do so. And again, you look at Gus Till, who plays up top tonight for them. Again, a player who will drop deep, again, make it very difficult in and around that centre circle. But again, he's got the legs on that quick break, the same as Perisic. When he goes forward, they will break in numbers. A little bit static, if I'm honest with you, from the middle of the park with Veerman, Vanna and Junior. So it'll be interesting to see how that works. Again, for me, is it a must-win or a must-not-lose? That is the question that I want to put to you guys, but we'll do that in a second. So what's your thoughts on the setup, guys? That's how I think they're going to play. I mean, obviously, I think my nan, who's been dead for 25 years, would pick our team, if I'm honest with you. Because there ain't a lot to change in our side. But it is Einstein's definition of madness, if I'm honest with you. How many times have we tried it? Hasn't always worked. So is he going to prove Einstein wrong? That's another question, I suppose. So what's your thoughts on that? I mean, you guys, are you up to speed with the way PSV are playing at the moment?
I'm not personally. Go on, Michael.
No, I was going to say, I mentioned Dennis Mann because I knew him more from the Palmer days, where I've got a little bit of a soft spot for that club when I was growing up. PSV as a whole, not so much. I do think Mann and Perisic will be more interchangeable, like we want to see with Barnes and Gordon. I do think the aim will probably be to get the pacier Dennis Mann in behind Trippier. So then they've got basically him running at Malik Chow. And then you'll have Perisic and Gus Till basically against the other two in our back line. But I think it is really a big surprise Trippier playing there when you consider we did the preview yesterday. We spoke about almost every single player that could play except from Kieran Trippier. He didn't come up in conversation at all because we thought that back four of Miley in there just seemed so set. So it's going to be very interesting, and I'd love to see sort of the reason why. Maybe he thinks PSV are going to be that kind of team that give us a few more set plays, and it's going to be one of those where his ability on those set plays could cause a lot more damage for us. We do well from those kind of situations in the Champions League, a lot more than we have done in the Premier League from what I imagine on an average. So I think it's going to be one of those where it's interesting to see. I think he's set up thinking we're going to have a lot more of the ball.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just going to go on to Clabo, what he put on there. Listen, I agree with you. I'm not going to, and as Michael's just said, I think they are so interchangeable whenever you play them on either wing. I just think they'll isolate Trippier. I think that'll be a mark for him. We know Vanna is also a clever boy who will sit in that midfield. For me, I think they'll be quite wide, and it'll be Vanna who will try and support Till through the middle. Again, it's how we push on, and again, you have to keep on what we've seen more regular now is the half press rather than the full press. Are we going to throw caution to the wind tonight? Because, like I say, for me, it's probably a must win if we want to get into that top 8 position. It's not going to be an easy one now with PSG losing last night. To Sporting. So it's going to be a very tricky situation. They have to keep
guys,
it tight, though.
Just before I do a dash, because I'm going to have to
Yes, mate,
let you
you
crack
go
on
whenever
in
you
a
need to,
second.
mate,
But before I do, I'll say 2-0 for prediction for the score tonight. I'm going to send those positive frequencies out there, and I'll back us to keep a clean sheet. So, and I just want to say as well, I hope Chris and Betsy enjoy it tonight. It's great to see them over in Newcastle.
It's
I think
fabulous,
they're
mate,
enjoying it, and it's going to be hopefully a
Well,
good night for them to see St James's under the lights for a Champions League match. So, big shout out to Chris and Betsy.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, they have been very busy, as we all know. Betsy does like throwing me some. Well, she takes photos for photo's sake, but she did send me a very nice one of you guys earlier on with Mum in tow. So I'm going to show everybody in the screen now. So here we go. This is Chris and Betsy with obviously Tim and Peter. That's your bro, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
And your mum
Right,
there, and you were in the Irish pub.
Yeah.
Irish Centre.
Fabulous. Yeah, the Irish Centre. Lovely. And like I say, all Chris and Betsy. I mean, I bet Chris was jumping, wasn't he? It's his first Champions League game tonight, so he's very excited.
Yeah, he was buzzing. I mean, my man was buzzing to meet the local celebrity even more. To be honest, like might he win?
Did you get an autograph?
Well, I'm right. I forgot to get a photograph. That's the annoying thing. You know what I mean? I was walking back. I was like, oh damn it, I got a photograph if we win. My man, but maybe another time.
Fabulous. Yeah, it was
but really good day. Really good.
Yeah, it was lovely too. I mean, Wynn sent me the picture as soon as he took it. Can you put this on the show tonight? And I'm like, yeah, just keep sending me. I love stuff like that. It's like I say, it's memories.
Memories. Irish Assassin there is quite pleased to see us in the Irish Centre as well. There in the comments I can see. So
great boozer.
Yeah. Up the Irish.
Yeah, good lads. Absolutely. It's always a good beer in the Irish Centre, I must admit. What else? Anything else before you need to shoot, guys? We can crack on.
I'll say my piece then before I leave. So I think on Perisic, right, when Spurs bought him under Conte, I thought he was slightly over the hill even then. And that's going back a few years now. So I don't know what on earth he's like for PSV. He must be doing something right if he's still playing at that level.
Yeah, he's still got legs in him. Like I say, again, it's about management, I suppose. And again, this is the difference between European leagues where they have the winter break as well, isn't it? Rest the players, get them back fresh. Again, I think this is something like the second game or third game back from their winter break. So, they've had a couple of weeks off. So, like I said, it's something that I think it'll eventually come into the Premier League. It must do with the amount of competitions going on now and the amount of injuries to players.
On that point, guys, obviously got a super chat there. But before you do that, just quickly say on that point, that's why I'm surprised that we haven't rotated 3 games in a week. And I know you want to protect Lewis Hall, etc. Have J7 in there. It doesn't have to be J7. You can drop Toon Army maybe. He hasn't been great recently. Put Ramsey in midfield. And Trippier, take Trippier out, put Lewis Miley back in at right back. And then you can make the changes again against Villa. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that with these 3 games in a week. But who might I say? But that's my thoughts anyway. But I'll let you crack on.
All right, and just cheers, Darren, for the super chat there, and cheers to everyone in the chat as well. It's been a good one. So
the lads, and Gary, well done as well, mate. Because obviously we've got the radio status Ofcom, and obviously you've been here for a long time, and obviously well done to Chris and Wayne and Queen of Hearts and everybody else. But obviously you're part of that as well, Gary. So big up to you, mate.
Thank you, Matt. Well, like I say, I have. This is what I do. The lads, like I say, Chris and the mighty Win are the ones that have done a lot of the donkey work, mate. I've tried to support them by doing this, and this is what I like to do. The politics side of it, the business end of it. Yeah, get on with it. Whatever you want to do, I'll back you 100%. and that's where I am. Thank you, boys.
Well, lads,
Have a good one, lads.
Start of the
Have a
show.
good show.
Cheers,
And,
fellas.
we'll see you soon.
Cheers.
Take care. Have a nice one. Away the lads!
Well, lads.
Indeed. Right then, me and Michael are going to get on with the show. We're going to have a little break.
Okay.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Right then, so here we go. Champions League night in Tyneside, St James's Park, under the lights. PSV Eindhoven in town, and Newcastle once again staring at the fine line between progress and self-inflicted drama. Albert Einstein once defined madness as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Tonight might be the perfect test of that theory. Newcastle sit on 10 points, hovering between a top 8 fast track and a playoff detour nobody's ordered. PSV arrive as runaway Dutch leaders, unbeaten away for nearly a year, and fresh off reminding Liverpool that European nights don't care about badges and budgets. So the question tonight is simple. Do Newcastle change the pattern or prove Einstein right? Let's get into it, Michael. What do you think, mate?
Even geniuses are wrong in Einstein. He's going to be wrong tonight. I don't think it's going to be an Eddie Howe masterclass, but we're finally going to see the creativity. I mean, we don't see it in the Premier League, but we have seen it in the Champions League. We got a great record in the Champions League. Marseille let it go just because of a few mistakes. I mean, let's be honest, they were the better team. Barcelona were still created chances. Let's be honest, they're two teams that are, on paper, better than PSV. We keep talking about them like, they're top of the Champions League. They are 22nd. They are doing worse than us. And yes, they've beat some good teams, but so have we. And I think tonight, there's going to be a clear difference between the two sides. And while PSV are going to be a very good opposition, it's going to be an entertaining game. Newcastle will edge it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got allocation of somewhere. I think it was 2,500 fans. I think it is housed in level 7 there. That creates a rare dynamic, loud away end inside a ground that's prides itself on intimidation, I suppose. And I think, like I say, for me, under the floodlights at St James's Park is always a special moment. So I really look forward to the game. I think it's going to be a lot to look forward to. Obviously, we know about the injuries. Dan Burn, obviously, and Willisula back in training. But as Eddie Howe admitted, it's too far away from starting just yet. But again, it's nice to think that they are back getting ready for the future, because it certainly needs some picks. And he was pointed at a question, obviously, and I think it was a bit of a double-edged sword, this question, by the Geordie journos. Would it be like a new transfer when these boys come back?
Yeah, I heard
it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, that one, wasn't it?
I can understand why Howe's sort of said yes, it will be, because he sort of alluded to the situation that we're in right now, and that it would feel like a new transfer. Having someone who can slot in at both centre back and left back takes a lot of the pressure off. But let's be honest, it was a question where they set him up to fail, and to be honest, he knocked it out the park. He gave them exactly what they wanted. Headline news: Dan Burn like a new signing. It was in my group chats before I'd even heard him say it. So I'm not surprised, but Howe is getting a little bit easy to bait. So shall we say, at these press conferences?
Yeah, he ain't off. I need to move on a little bit, because we've only got 15 minutes, I believe. It's nice talking to the twins, but you deep dive into so much information, but you realise that you haven't got enough time to go through it all. So I'm going to pick out some probably important points. Discipline watch tonight, I suppose. Joe Litton and Malik Chow are one booking away from a Paris suspension. Obviously, Dan Burn is also in that category when he's available. Do you think it's more of a risk or reward tonight to play them, because it's a must-win, they've got to play. And the one thing for me is, do you say to Joe Linton as a coach, he's off? I don't want your book tonight. Because we all know that Joe Linton only plays one way. So are we going to get the best out of him if that's said?
Yeah, I think it's one of those. The games yesterday for me, the results pretty much guaranteed that we're not. Well, they didn't guarantee, but made it very unlikely that we're going to get top 8. I think I saw a percentage of there's a 13% chance that Newcastle get top 8, and I think there's a 98% chance we get top 24. So I think tonight you'll have gone, look, we go and we try and win it, but even if we win it, I think we'll look at PSG and go, look, it's very unlikely that we do end up getting into that top 8. There'll be more rotation, I think, for PSG as we go. Look, we did try and win the game, but we realised, we're going to have to play a little bit of a different system. Maybe Ramsey and Willock will be in there and he'll go, it's for running purposes or something like that. I think it'll be more along those lines. But again, there isn't much chance of getting that top 8. If you win today, you've still got a chance, but even a draw, it means it's very, very unlikely. And it sets you up for PSG quite nicely, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only reason I talk about that is because the referee tonight, Daniel Seibert from Germany, he's already given 6 red cards in 16 matches this season.
Correct.
So he does allow physicality until he doesn't, type of thing. And the VAR man is Bastian Dangert, means nothing to me. But there is quite a decent stat with this one. Unfortunately, he's not starting for Newcastle, but a couple of games that he's played, Voltemada, sorry, not played, but obviously he's assisted in the middle for Voltemada. Voltemada scored twice with this official in the middle. So, like I say, when he comes on, I'm sure he'll shake his hand and wish him all the best. But like I say, he's a fiery character with the cards, so it's certainly something we have to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Particularly, I mean, Malik Chow is the one that I would be more worried about than Joe Linton. I think Joe Linton picks up the card. You look at the centre midfielders and you go, you know what? There's enough cover there. You could, if Miley could play there, Willock, Jacob Ramsey, they're all very, for me, decent stand-ins. You look at Malik Chow and you think, who comes in if he goes out? Dan Burn will probably be fit, but if not, it's Alex Murphy. And you don't want to throw the young lad in at that point, do you?
No,
Not against the world champs.
No, exactly. You just need to ease them in. We all know, obviously, where our question is. I mean, for me, I think it's a strange one with, like I say, our strikers. Our front line, because 1 out of 4 really giving you something throughout the Premier League. Like I say, Champions League, it seems to lift a couple of bodies. Mainly Anthony Gordon. But obviously for me, Voltemada, I still think he needs to give a little bit more at times. I just think sometimes he gets frustrated with the physicality of the Premier League. I don't think he realised what he was coming to. I think there was the first 7 games with his size. I think he took a lot of teams, on the back foot a bit. Like, didn't expect that. A little bit like Crouchy did when he first come into the Premier League many moons ago. Now they know what he can do with his feet. They're a lot touch tighter. They're not allowing him to turn, not allowing him to utilise that skill that he's got, being such a big man. So, he has to learn what to do to get around that. But I still, like I say, if he comes on, the question mark will always be, will it be like for like, or will he come on, especially if we have to chase the win? Yeah, it's going to be in it. It's never going to change. And obviously, we're looking at Bruno as being war captain, if you like. He's carried us quite a lot through games in recent history where we just don't look as though we're going to get a result. And from here and now, where somebody just picks it up a little bit and gets that winner. But for me, the biggest thing against these, and we're going to go through a little bit of their strengths in a second, it's going to be tempo. Control the tempo of the game. Don't let PSV, the midfield press especially, close us down, close the angles down. We've got to be quicker on the ball, quicker on the pass, more 1-2 touch football than touch touch, looking up to try and see where you can get the 40 and 70-yard balls, which is the percentage balls. Keep it tight, but keep the momentum and keep it fluid. That is the way I feel. And like I say, being at home, you've always got 12th man. We look at some of PSV's strengths, if you like. I mean, they've got a bit of a threat profile. Obviously, they're coming off with a lot of confidence. You know, their record shows that they're no mugs. But I mean, Eredivisie, I'm not going to say it. The Dutch league isn't that big of an animal. There's a couple of good teams in there, but it's not. I would say it's not great, but it's not brilliant. 17 wins, 1 draw, 1 defeat, chasing a third consecutive title. Confidence is high, and the rotation is possible. They've still got players that just come back from AFCON that aren't playing tonight. So, like I say, they're able to rotate. They're able to bring players in. And like I say, there's made a couple of rotations again from the weekend's game. Only 8 points from 6 games, though, sitting 21st. I think that may have even dropped more from yesterday's games, to be fair, because I know we dropped from 12 to 13 after yesterday's games. And like I say, there was some really strange results yesterday. But what do they give you? Well, like I say, their strengths very much that vertical transition, devastating when space opens. Like I say, high tempo midfield rotations, confidence away from home. But like I say, that they're very static in the middle. They are very stuck and rigid in what they do. They don't go stray. So like I say, it's going to be very difficult for Newcastle if we don't get them passes right to get in and behind them at ease. Liverpool struggled, and like I say, they'll suck you in right up the field, and then it literally is go. Like I say, they're certainly not afraid of the big stages, and you've only got to look at, like I say, Anfield, where they actually took Liverpool off the park. But there is weaknesses. Again, if you look at some of them, if you want to expose them in the right areas, defensive structure collapses under sustained pressure. So they do look at other people around them, from what I've seen, to get them or give them some support. Fullbacks can push high and can be exposed to, behind runs, if you like. So maybe that's another reason. Not an excuse for Gordon, but a reason why Gordon's in the team. Centre-backs vulnerable to runners between the lines. But again, what midfielders do is block the ball coming through the runners. You get lots of runners through, but if they do the job in front of you, as I say, there's 2 banks of players that they've got to get through to be exposed there. But they are vulnerable. And obviously discipline issues. They have obviously already got a red card in this competition because of ill discipline. And with this man in the middle today, who knows? So, Michael, do Newcastle press aggressively early, sit off, or attack the space PSV leave?
I think for the first 5 minutes, I do think we go heavy on the press. We don't do it for a very long period in the game, but let's be honest, we even saw away to Marseille. We were trying to press them early. We were trying to get that early goal. I think the big thing for PSV is the amount of injuries that they have. You mentioned Saibari, the player who got suspended last time. Obviously, he was the one doing all the shenanigans in the final of AFCON, trying to mess with the goalkeeper and stuff. So, if that mentality is throughout that PSV squad, and pettiness, but it works sort of thing, could be a real danger for them. But I think you look at that PSV side, the one that stands out for me, Schouten. I think it's he predominantly plays as more of a defensive midfielder. Put in at centre back, you put him under pressure a little bit earlier. Maybe he's going to be the one that's a little bit better passing out from the back. But you look at that side and you do think, you know what? If Newcastle press like we did against the likes of Arsenal and stuff like that, in the cups where we did create those kind of chances, you press like that and you're going to create chances off their mistakes. Let's be honest, these are used to teams just sitting back. Let's be honest, go ahead Eagles aren't going to be putting a high press on PSV Eindhoven. Newcastle United are the kind of team that will. So will Liverpool and Napoli, to be fair, and look at what happened to them. So it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but we know how good Newcastle's press can be. And I think if we press like we have in previous years, like we have at previous points in the season, early doors, we'll do okay. But let's be honest, we're not gonna maintain it for maybe even 20, 30 minutes, are we?
No, it doesn't look like it. I can see the lads in the tunnel to my right. I am just going to see if we can get a feed in front of me as well. Kenny's asking how many teams go through into to qualify for the next round, 16 or 22. Well, I can give you the bigger picture if you like. Top 8 qualify automatically for the last 16, but 9 to 24 go into the two-legged playoff, and that's obviously what nobody wants. 9th to 16th are seeded to get the second leg at home. And that's literally how it works. It's just a case of places 9 to 24 go to the two-legged. But like I say, if you're in that top bracket of the 9th, and I think that's why Newcastle need to at least get something from today, because I don't think they're going to get much as PSG lost yesterday. So like I say, this is a must for me today. They need to be in that 9th to 16th bracket. But as I say, there's a lot of teams around them. Like I say, can still go either way, this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, let's be honest, you want to be in that upper echelons of the playoffs. I did see a question earlier of what good does a point do for us. To be honest, I don't think anyone wants a point, but what it would do is virtually guarantee Newcastle are through to the next round. And it does mean against PSG, you could potentially use that game as a game where you rotate players. No one wants to see that. But if we're in a position where, we have a terrible run over the next 3-4 games, whatever it is between now and PSG, it wouldn't surprise me if he looks at that and goes, well, at least I've got the option. I can do that. Bruno, Tonali, yous don't play. Ramsey, Willock, go show me what you've got. It gives us that option, putting us, above the likes of Borussia Dortmund, for example, for the time being. Even Inter Milan have lost 3 on the bounce now. They might even be one of those that drop. And that those last 8 teams, some very good teams in there still. I'm looking and I'm seeing Napoli, PSV, who we played today, Monaco, Leverkusen, Juventus, Marseille. But you're also going to get the likes of, I know they just beat Man City, but Bodo Glimt could slip in there. Copenhagen, Club Brugge, like Karabag even. They're the teams that in a playoff you're looking at and going, yeah, we could definitely get past them. So definitely worth being in that 9th to, 15th slot?
16th.
16th, sorry.
Yeah. It is interesting. I haven't got the feed in front of me, mate, so I don't know whether you've got a picture you can work off. Right, okay. My picture coming through my little portable to the side of me will probably be, because I am literally working my picture from my downstairs television up to my little television to the side of me. Because if Chrissy's crash online, again, it's not excuses, guys, in front of us. We usually all watch the same thing so we can talk about the same thing when it happens. Problem is when we all watch from our own terrestrial TV, it happens at different times. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm in England, Chris is in America, and yet he was getting the pictures before I was in America, even though it's been filmed in England. It's crazy. So there you go. Just having the lads come together in the centre circle. So again, it's not going to be nice for you guys because you're going to see my ear roll most of the time, but I will do my best for you. Let me know if it comes up at all, mate. I don't know whether Chris has got a delay on it to come on at a certain time, but at the minute it's just a blank screen for me.
Yeah, I've got the same. I'm going to quickly just head downstairs and grab what I could use for it.
Go on, mate.
And I'll just be one moment.
No worries, buddy. So like I say, we're just having a quick look at the teams again. Like I say, you've got Kovar in goal with Salah Adin, Yarek, Gaziadrovsky, Schouten, and then Sedilla as right back. Wana Junior, Veerman, and then Mann, Perisic, and Gus Till up top. So again, there you go. And obviously for Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Joe Linton, Barnes, Wissa, and Gordon. And PSV in the dark colours tonight, shooting as usual. towards the Gallagher in the first half. And again, it's gone all the way back. And my telly's really small, so I may not be able to give you the names. I'll just tell you it's PSV that have got the ball. I can see, obviously, and identify our players, but that's a bit of a poor kick. Luckily, it's come closer to the halfway line by Pope, but it's come to nothing. And PSV again just pick it up. Anthony Gordon just trying to muscle it out, and he does very well to get that ball out. And Sedilla just bullied a little bit there by Anthony Gordon. Lewis Hall now throws it back, and it's Botman who sees an opportunity to get it across to Chow. Again, he's on the half press from PSV, but he gives it into Trippier. Sees Bruno to drop in, and again, the press is on from PSV, and they've won the ball back. And Perisic has started on that left-hand side by the looks of this. And again, just trying to build up a little bit of play, but Newcastle have got bodies back now and push PSV back a little bit towards the halfway line. And again, Yannick, again, giving it to Sedilla, and half a press from Newcastle with Wisser and Gordon, and they get the ball all the way back to Kova in goal for PSV. Strange couple of minutes from both teams, that. Yannick now. His first name is certainly a lot better and easier to pronounce than his second name. So I'm going to stick with that. Popey picks the ball up. I haven't got the match clock or the score line, so I think Michael was going to be doing that. But obviously, we've got a bit of technical issues because our usual stream is off. So we will do our best to get you back up and running very shortly, as soon as my mate has got himself sorted. So apologies for all that. Ball back in play now from the clearance, and it's back with the keeper. And again, he looks to go long over towards Perisic on that left-hand side. And again, his ball's just a little bit too long, and it's gone straight out of play. And Peter Bosch there for PSV, just looking a little bit angry towards some of that. But game goes on. Hall. Oh, nice little play by Hall. Goes down the line. Again, just holds it back. J7 just behind him, gives it inside to Anthony Gordon. All the way back to Botman now. There's a lot of work happening in front of them here with PSV on the front foot. They're not allowing Newcastle that much space, to be fair. Toon Army, again, bodies around him, but he manages to get the half turn. And the referee, all in blue, has decided enough is enough. And that's a free kick to Newcastle. Toon Army takes it quick into Chow. First time ball, and he sees Wisser with the ball. And again, he's got option to play Barnes and Trippier down there. But again, it's Perisic now down this left-hand side for PSG, trying to get the ball into the box. But Malik Chow stumbled a little bit, stops it from going from a corner. And it is now... Kenny, I haven't got the clock in front of me, mate. It's Michael's side, but Michael hasn't seen or can't see the picture. I think Chris, in all his excitement, hasn't got us the feed that he promised. So we're having to view it from our own TVs, and that's what he's trying to set up very quickly. So apologies, guys, out there in viewerland, if that's going to spoil it a little bit. We will try and get the clock up and running for you as soon as we get it sorted, Michael's end. Back now with PSV in their own half. Again, just taking the time. Just trying to get the ball moving a little bit. And again, it's a bit of a sloppy play that J7 nearly got on the end of. But again, Newcastle with that ball forward from PSV managed to get hold of it. And again, Trippier sees the press from the PSV player. And he goes back to Pope, who again tries to look for J7 on the long ball, but it's all the way back now in the PSV goal. And again, Anthony Gordon not allowing them to have that much time. And again, Wisser doing really well on Yannick there, the centre-back. Gets the ball back from the throw-in from Trips, back into Trippier's feet now from Wisser. Again, PSV just drop off slightly and allow Newcastle to play on the corner of that penalty area. Trippier picks up the deflection again. Plays the ball inset to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes into Wisser. Wisser plays it back to Trippier, who's got the opportunity to get into the box. Trippier gets it in the box. Anthony Gordon! Oh, over the bar from the volley. Left-footed volley from Anthony Gordon. But it's high. And again, in the time. But it was, again, nice build-up play, took the times. Newcastle didn't really rush it, and it was some nice little triangles out there on that left-hand side. Trippier gets it out of his feet. J7 gets up, gets ahead on it, but couldn't get it towards goal. But it does fall to Anthony Gordon, but it's high and wide. So I think Michael's still getting himself sorted. And let's say, we good?
Not quite yet. I'll literally be probably another minute. I'm just
no worries, mate. No worries.
Not working for some reason.
Yeah, the lads are all asking what's happened to the clock, and I says I haven't got control of any of that stuff. I think Chris told me that you were dealing with it, and I says, mate, whatever happens tonight happens. Like I say, it may not be as good as it normally is. We'll do our best. I mean, at the minute, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Newcastle. Yeah, V for Vendetta is saying that it wasn't a great effort, but again, the press is there for Newcastle, and it seems as though we are putting under a lot of causing them a lot of problems across that final third, which is nice. I mean, nice strength from J7, but again, that little square ball that you expect a little better of just doesn't really give J7 Bruno the opportunities from the pass from J7 to do anything with the ball. And again, it's just a wasted opportunity. And the ball, again, given straight back to Newcastle, though, from a PSV throw-in. Tonali, again, being hustled and hurried by Junior there. And I think that's going to be a yellow card. Oh, no, he's kept it going. He's happy with that, the referee. And Tonali's just getting back into his feet. It's would-be farmer. J7 is handsome. Yeah, he's got to have something going for him. Bruno again looks up for this, gives it back to Chow, back to Bruno. Picks the ball up. He's got options on the right-hand side. Now it's gone back to Chow. Tonali sitting in the gap between the two defenders, plays it out to his left to Botman, gets it back from Botman again. Newcastle being patient with the build-up. Across to Chow again, back and forwards, left to right at the minute. The pendulum football again, Trippier with a very poor ball, and it's easy for PSV to pick that ball back up and throw the ball back to the goalkeeper. And it's again the School of Pope clearance. There's an opportunity for J7 and Anthony Gordon here. J7's a whistle! Goal! Let's go!
I'm get in, Whistle! I literally turned on as soon as that went in. I went, no, I can't show.
Oh, well done, you. Get in! Whistle to the man, you. I mean, it was, again, sloppy play from Newcastle at the start. Ball given away, but won back really quickly from, again, really poor play from PSV. The ball comes across to J7 and Anthony Gordon, who doubled up on that inside left position. I managed to get it across to Wissa, who, again, it didn't look like it was a clear shot. It looked a little bit scruffy, but he managed to go in the back of the net, and that's what counts.
Yeah, as I said, early press. I mean, I know it wasn't exactly a great press, but it's one of those, you force them into mistakes. Wissa, as you said, it wasn't exactly a good finish. It sort of bobbles over the goalkeeper more than anything. But maybe that's
the school
just
of Pope kicking, isn't it, from the keeper?
Yeah, it actually looks like Wissa plays it in the ground delivery, actually. So I will give him props a bit more credit.
Yeah, I mean, J7, that looks so awkward pass, didn't it?
Yeah,
he didn't get the greatest of contacts with that, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, it doesn't matter to me if it comes off the bum, as long as it's a goal.
Exactly.
What a pass from J7, Kim Cam says.
Oh,
there you go. You've got that. Oh, well done, you. Perfect. There you go. Michael's done his magic. He's waved his wand, which is under the table, and it's Newcastle 1, PSV 0. Oh.
Or is it?
Oh, is he going to say that Wissa is interfering with play? He scored from the third phase. That's ridiculous.
This is the kind of situation where the referee's got to keep his decision.
Doesn't get involved in that whatsoever. Goal. I'm going to say he's not involved in play at all. Took no interest in the first one.
I don't mind
The
that if the
goal
linesman's
stands.
happy, if the referee's happy to say, yeah, I still think my decision's correct. I don't mind them going to VAR for stuff like that.
No,
But
absolutely.
as long as the referee holds his bottle.
And that's all you're asking for, isn't it? You just want them to keep it wrong. But it was a poor clearance from the keeper. He looks dodgy. And the ball straight out to Bruno, who sees the overload on the left-hand side, the inside left position. J7 gets it, makes it look awkward. A lot awkwarder than it should have been. But the ball was precise and into Wissa. So 1-0 there. That'll do me. 8 minutes gone. Ball back in play and again in Newcastle's position, but they're deep in their own half. Ball out from Bruno there to try and get Wissa going down that right-hand side. And it's deflected again from Yarrick, who's now out for a throw into Newcastle.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is we mentioned it just before kickoff. We will put that early press in the Champions League. I don't know why we do it so much more in the Champions League than anywhere else. It's not going to last. I think it's already starting to slow down now. We've got that first goal, but it's going to be one of those. If we can do that in the Premier League against teams, then we'd probably be in the top 5, top 4 right now.
I'll tell you, it's an interesting to watch where Barnes and J7 start, though, from some clearances. They're our tallest players. I mean, we've gone virtually 3 up top at times from clearances. So there's certainly a tactic there that Eddie's working on. Anyway, the PSV clear it again, trying to break between the two lines, and it's a lucky deflection from Lewis Hall. Botman picks it up. Again, I thought Pope could have come for that. Ball played behind Trippier there, just literally trying to feed it through a little gap, which he does well. And again, he plays it all the way back square to Pope, who clears to the halfway line, but it's under no pressure from the Newcastle player. But PSV look all over the place at the moment, not able to put 5 passes together, and Newcastle are literally growing into the game. And like I say, hopefully they can go forward now and seal it before half-time. That would be great.
Yeah, I think it's one of those we mentioned. They're not used to playing the likes of Newcastle. I know it worked against Napoli and it worked against Liverpool, but when you play against teams with a bit more of a high press and you're not always used to it, you're not playing against the calibre of Premier League teams week in, week out. You might get good wins against some of them, but eventually it is going to catch up. And I think that's what we are seeing so far. Just when they grow into the game, that's when Newcastle have got to be weary, because let's be honest, they are going to grow into the game and they are going to improve at some point.
Yeah, you're right. It was a bit dodgy there from Pope, I must admit. He looked a little bit flappy coming for that high cross from PSV. But they have been given a free kick with the challenge of Anthony Gordon. But again, he didn't look comfortable to me, Pope. I don't know what it is at the moment since he's got himself back. Do you think, again, we talk about having pressure from other goalkeepers. You can also have a negative pressure, can't it? You know, you can make you overthink your game too much. So, again, didn't look great there. But PSV down this right-hand side, trying to get a little bit on with Hall and Tonali. And Mann just decides to, he's trying to take it all on himself. And unfortunately, all he can do is take it behind for a goal kick to Newcastle. Again, Tonali does look well up for this tonight, which is great. The midfield certainly looked bang on. Like I say, a couple of balls that have gone behind us. You can see there's gaps there, but again, I think that's because we're on the press rather than it's defensive mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, don't be wrong. There's a few areas where you can see both teams haven't quite grown into it just yet. Newcastle still with the press. We look good, but a few passes are still going astray. Let's be honest, it's going to be a team. Both teams have got immense quality on the ball. It's just who shows it on the day, really, isn't it?
It is indeed. Again, nice little movement from Lewis Hall, but again, he probably did a man too many for me. He could have just passed it out to Anthony Gordon. Once he'd beat him, there was an opportunity to get in and behind there on the angle. It just didn't seem as though Anthony Gordon wanted to run for it, and Lewis Hall again just trying to do too much. But PSV have the ball just inside the Newcastle half. And again, it's a overhit pass on the diagonal, trying to pinpoint Till up top. And it's straight out of for a goal kick to Newcastle. Like I say, it's an interesting one, but that certainly was a poor clearance. Bruno does excellent, to be fair, getting out of his feet and gets J7 on the run, on the angle. And again, makes it look a lot more awkward than it does. The more I watch it, the worse it looks. But he does what he needs to.
Yeah, bare minimum needed to put the ball in the back of the net, and it's what he's done, thankfully. So, I mean, I'm not going to complain, but let's be honest, it won't be one that you show the kids.
No, it certainly won't be one for the memory bank. And again, Newcastle putting them all under pressure at the back again, and it's cleared hastily out for a throw-in. Newcastle, again, they retain possession just inside their own half with Chow. Gives the 10-yard ball to Botman. Again, just trying to squeeze on that right-hand side. Bruno brings it back to Popey. Again, lots of blue shirts chasing that ball around, and it's something I like to see, making them work really hard at the moment, Newcastle. But we just need to keep hold of that ball a little bit better when it come down to the wings. And again, Tonali seemed to be just a little bit too much on Junior there, and it's a free kick to PSV.
Yeah, one of those. We've seen it a few times in this game already by a couple of players. It looks like they're willing to go down at the slightest touch, to be honest. But again, it was a foul by Tonali. But he's had a good start so far, so he looks up for it, which is all I can really ask for when you're a player of that quality. If you're up for it, you're very likely going to have a really good game.
Yeah, you're right. And again, V for Vendetta, he's in there just calling out Gordon again. I know he's not Gordon's biggest fan, but he showed no attempt to try and support Louis Saul earlier on when he was beating 2 or 3 players. Big shout out to our Christina, Toonie in the chat. PSV now, just waiting on board with this one. They're obviously trying to get Newcastle to play off the lines. Ball whips in eventually. J7 gets his head to it, heads it out towards Bruno. And again, he's tackled. There's an overload from PSV on the left-hand side, though, with the box. It's blocked by Trippier. And Bruno gets his laces through that. Hammers it clear back into PSV half. Again, I think that is the right thing to do at times. And again, is this little bit of Heshausery we're seeing more with Newcastle just to turn the tempo down a notch at times when PSV seem to be getting on top?
There's always a potential of that, isn't there? I think it's one of those. Bruno looks like he does get a little bit of an elbow into the stomach there, but I mean, he was able to stand up after it, so I'm not all too sure why he goes down. I've just seen Anthony Gordon goes over to Eddie Howe there for a little chat, so very likely one's gone down and the other's just gone straight for a conversation. But I don't mind it.
No, mate. Like I say, it just seems as though, and like I say, if it spoils them more than it spoils us, I'm more than happy. Again, we're just waiting. There's a bit of a shot of the crowd. There's a lot of smiley faces in the crowd at St James's Park.
We'll look
all the
out
way
for
back
Chris.
now. Yeah, with Calvert. I don't know where he's sitting actually. I wish I'd asked him where he was sitting, what stand he was in. Tonali back to Saul, who gets his first touch again out of his feet. Again on one of his mazy runs. Toe pokes it out to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon again. Unfortunately, Hall had brought lots of bodies with him, but again, J7 does really well. And unfortunately, Tonali takes that heavy touch and it's straight back in towards a blue shirt. Chow gets a foot to it, and Botman should be able to clear this again away from the danger area. It's headed back towards the penalty area of Newcastle by a blue shirt, but again, under no real control. Louis Saul now picks that ball up. He's played against the blue shirt, and it's out for a goal kick again. They're coming at us, but like I say, there's no real control or threat from the PSV lineup. It's more huff and puff than quality, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it feels like that's going to be the way, I think, for the rest of the game. The first goal was, for me, very crucial. If PSV got it, I think it would have been this probably would have ended up to be a little bit of a goal fest. Because Newcastle have got it, you'd like to think that we'd be able to control the game and end up getting another, just with the quality that we have. But I think for Newcastle, very important getting that first goal.
Yeah, indeed, it needed it. Like I say, again, Good flick on there from Wissa for Gordon to run onto, but unfortunately he gets the ball deflected against him, and again it's a goal kick to PSV with Kovar again becoming that extra goalkeeper, and the centre back Govskovsky, that's the one, goes short with him, and again the ball goes long, but J7 Tonali manages to get the ball forward, only for PSV to find a way to get it back towards our penalty area. Botman heads it up in the air more than away. Again, there's plenty of black and white shirts behind the ball. Again, not allowing PSV to settle on the ball, Newcastle, and they're pushing them all the way back to the keeper. And again, the keeper goes long again, looking for that ball over the top. And again, Botman picks the ball up. Oh, a bit of a slip there from Trippier, and PSV are able to get through the gap. And they've played the ball over to Perisic on that left-hand side. The ball's into the box, but that's easy for Pope to pick out the air like a salmon out the stream. Throws it out quickly to Gordon. Gordon now takes a touch inside, plays it into Bruno. Bruno now takes a nice touch, carries on with that sprint of Bruno. 0 to 60 in 3 weeks, but it's a deflected pass.
That's generous.
Yeah, but he's got the wind behind him tonight, and he's downhill. No, he's uphill the first half, so he's doing well.
Yeah, just see a little graphic there. As it stands, Newcastle in 7th place in the Champions League table now. It's something you quite like the look of going into PSG. I mean, they are 6th and we are going to the Parc des Princes, but yeah, you like the look of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you've only got to look at a lot of the teams that are below us, mate. You know, that's the eye up now. If you have a look at the table outright, there's a lot of teams, lots of quality teams below us. So the pressure really is on a lot of them teams. Free kick to Newcastle on that right-hand side, around about 35, 40 yards, but it's wide of the mark anyway, so it won't be no direct attempt. It wouldn't be anyway. I don't think there's anybody in our team that can kick that far. Trippier still with the signs of the kick in the face, plays the ball into the box. Again, it's headed clear from PSV, straight back to Trippier, who glides his head down to Harvey Barnes. Barnes on the turn, gives it back to Trippier. Trippier tries to get Barnes back in play, but it's deflected out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Barnes drops it and says to Trippier, you can have that. It's a bit of a nasty gash, that on his eyebrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I mean, you could tell at the time it was going to be a bad one. I love the fact that he played on. A little bit of a warrior in him. To be honest, I mean, you expect it being a football player, but you don't see it as much anymore. So I was glad. I'm happy to see him play on. Happy to see him show that passion. Great player, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, like I say, he's just a shame he's getting bloody old now. Because, like I say, he certainly was the one that started the players opening the doors. And like I say, whether he was part of that or whether it was the project, who knows? But he's certainly done us the world of good since he's been here. And again, a player who's just carried on with his contract, if you like. He's not really huffed and puffed about anything. He just wants to play. So can't fault it.
Yeah, he's had the chance to move on, hasn't he? And just hasn't really done it.
Yeah. He could have demanded. I mean, he went through that sticky part with his relationship that we saw just tidies up. And again, it's Pope who goes higher than long, but it's competed with, and it should be out for a throw into Newcastle. And it is. Colton Connor saying, we score one more, we are in 7th. I thought the graphic just said that we were in 7th already, so I don't know.
Maybe there's been another goal that's potentially changed it since we've seen it.
Could have, yeah, it is. Yeah, I've still got us in 7th.
Yeah, actually, the only other goals I'm seeing, Atlanta 1-0 up against Athletic Club and Slavia Prague 1-0 up against Barcelona.
Yeah, so we are 7th as we speak. So yeah, we've got that live while we're watching the game, and a nice little ball down the line there from Bruno to try and get Barnes in. But again, it's just deflected out, and it rolls out for a throw-in, which Trippier tried to take quickly, but unfortunately we didn't get that executed very well and delayed, and it's gone all the way back to Chow. Now again, Tonali sits in between the two centre-backs, playing that extra, and it allows the two full-backs to get high and wide, and it just splits the pitch. And again, Anthony Gordon was not really looking forward to that one, but he gets the ball, plays it into Bruno, who again goes square on the halfway line to Malik Chow. Down the line, a 5-yard pass to Trippier, who again tries on the angle of the penalty area to get Harvey Barnes in, but it's headed clear. Newcastle do pick the ball up, and again, it's a little bit of, there's going to be a yellow card for Bruno for standing on a player's foot. Didn't think there was that much in it, to be fair.
There's a touch of a follow through. I
had one of them today. It wasn't nice.
I mean, I can imagine it hurts, no doubt about that.
Yeah, but I had the other follow through after a curry. You know what I mean?
They're
anyway.
even worse.
Yeah, exactly. I was frightened to cough.
Looks like it's going to be a bit of a longer break in play here. He follows through a little bit. It is a bit naughty, but to be honest, you're looking at it and the foot is a bit like that. With the studs high, but it's a yellow, nothing more than that.
I mean, he's kicked the ball, hasn't he? And like I say, it's just his momentum more than anything else. It has rolled down the shin. It is a yellow card.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, you've got to be careful with this referee because, like I say, he could interpret it totally different to what we're seeing.
Yeah, he does love a red, as you pointed out earlier. VAR, I think, would have sent him to the screen by now if they were going to do that. So I think we're safe on this occasion, but 25 minutes in, Bruno yellow card. Probably one of the last players you'd actually want to be on a yellow at this point.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I don't know how far he is away from a ban himself, if I'm honest with you. He seems to have picked up a few niggly yellow cards. Not sure how many he's on. We'll have to check that one. Because we certainly don't want to, well, say it, we know Dan Burn should be available for the next one.
So apparently that's his first booking in the Champions League.
It's his first one.
I thought he'd had one already, but apparently that is his first. So he will be all right, even if he picks up a yellow against Paddy.
Excellent. I thought he'd picked up more than that. Maybe I'm looking at Premier Leagues more than Champions League.
I thought he had as well, to be honest. I think it's one of those every time you look at a game and you're thinking, right, what's the guarantee here? Joe Linton yellow card, Bruno yellow card.
Yeah.
So it just feels like it happens every game, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at some of the chat there. It looks like Ekatike's goal was ruled out. No goal from VR. According to Kim Cam, we've won 7 and lost 4 against Dutch teams. Thank you for that. Their manager looks like an Aldi Pep. Love that one. Ball in the centre circle.
Prefer Aldi at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I must admit, there's lots of question marks over his tenure at Man City now, isn't there?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it just goes to show if Pep can be questioned at Manchester City, you can question pretty much anyone just because of how good he's done. And I think it's going to be one of those. I don't think he lasts after this season. I think he'll be much like, people know my opinions on how I think he'll leave end of the season. I think he gets given the end of the season. I think Pep gets the same, to be honest, unless Pep turns around and goes, nah, I don't fancy it anymore.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Just looking at your time, I'm trying to find something that gives me a time closer to yours because there's another player down now.
Yeah, to be honest,
10 seconds behind you.
I tried to move it around, and I'm actually 10 seconds ahead of that now.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
I keep trying to move around, trying to find something, but it's not quite worked. But if I know you're 10 seconds behind, I can react to...
Yeah, where you are.
Yeah,
because I'm looking at that 29-24, and I'm well behind that one. So again, apologies, you guys. Like I say, we are. This is what we didn't want when we're doing the live commentary. We all wanted. There's a chance.
Just let
me know
to
come out to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon. Oh, what a mix up at the back again from PSV. They are guilting us these
you pressed it.
opportunities. And again, it's crazy defence work there.
Yeah, it actually comes from a drop ball, doesn't it? It
Yeah.
comes all the way back to the keeper. Gordon, actually, excellent press. Wissa then follows it up. I'll be honest, Wissa does well to square it to Gordon, and let's be honest, there's not a single player on the planet missing that.
No.
Easy tapping.
But the trouble is, when you look at his metrics, it's going to say Champions League. He's up with Alan Shearer now.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. It takes some bottle to score the penalties, even though that is what he's done quite a bit. He's had a few tap-ins, don't get me wrong. I think even in the modern format, you're always going to get the likes of that. Let's be honest. Vinicius is up there with Messi in regards to goals soon. Gordon might even be there in a couple of years. 10 penalties, 20 tap-ins.
Absolutely. I'll take them. And it was great play from Wissa, I must admit, though, mate. You know, it was really good pressing. Forces the error from the defender. And then it goes, literally, you just get to toe onto it, squares it to Anthony Gordon. And literally, he's not going to score an easier goal than that one. Gordon will think Madrid want him now. Yeah, exactly, mate. That's what I'm saying. We won't get 60 for him now. We'll get 80.
Oh, beautiful. To be honest, I think I'd sell him for the 45 we got him for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for something a little bit different. I know that's probably harsh and it wouldn't be the wisest move, but I just need I need a bit more off at an open player personally. But I can't complain with 2-0 up.
Exactly. We're 2-0 up, and to be fair, Newcastle still looking as if we're playing 0-0. It's still fast and furious. Ball in from Harvey Barnes. A little back heel towards Harvey Barnes, but didn't quite work out from Bruno. But again, Trippier's high on that press to try and put the defender in lots of problems. And Newcastle are bullying PSV as we stand. Anthony Gordon again trying to get into that back line. Hall picks up the forward pass. Back to Gordon now. Tonali now, who goes square. They look angry. They look into this Newcastle. Anthony Gordon's got the opportunity to cross the ball, but he plays in Lewis Hall now. And again, Lewis Hall trying to get the ball. It's deflected back to him, who gives it to Gordon. Gordon onto his right foot, plays it to the back stick. But again, a little bit too much adrenaline on that one. Still excited after scoring, and it goes out for a goal kick. Back to normal then,
doesn't it? Yeah. Everything we've come to expect in recent years, but look, I don't think any of us expected this after 30 minutes, something like that. And for those that might have noticed, I don't normally do the score at the top, but it's took a couple of minutes for me to realise, shit, I should be on that. So now it is officially 2-0.
Indeed. Yeah, like I say, Newcastle are playing as if it's still 0-0 though, mate, and I like that. That's something that I haven't seen. You know, I'm so used to seeing them drop back into that, again, Wissa all over that back line. And it's classed. He was asking for the back pass there, which hasn't been given. Certainly doesn't. That Shelton doesn't look at all comfortable.
No, I was saying before the game, he's more of a midfielder. So probably no surprise that in centre back he is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, their captain. Again, ball goes long, and there's an offside flag that's gone up. Referee has given the free kick instead of the offside. To be fair. And again, there's lots of conversations to the referee here. I think that's going to be still Dilia now that's in the book for PSV. Yeah, there you go. Not having any of that. Again, not a little bit late. The ball had gone past him and he leaves a leg dangling. And that's going to be in the notes straight away.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those, we know this referee's not going to take any flack. And he's certainly not going to be hesitant in getting those cards out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think somebody's put in the chat, Steve has put in there, Gordon's haircuts made him lighter and faster. I think you can see, I think that's more appropriate playing football. I think you can see the goals now, or see the other players.
Yeah,
long ball again,
trying to. Barber.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to play the ball up to Anthony Gordon behind the defence again, but it's, like I say, rushed, and it's still a throw into Newcastle. Headed back from J7 to Hall, who drops it back into the Newcastle half. And again, Tonali in between the two defenders, again on the half turn, trying to get in and behind. hurrying their Perisic there for PSV into a mistake. And Bruno picks the ball up in the final third. Wissa now gives the ball to J7. J7 fires it out to Anthony Gordon. You can see Anthony Gordon trying to do something, works it to the byline, across to the near post, and it's cleared by shooting for a corner to Newcastle. We are all over them like a cheap suit.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's been a while since we've seen Newcastle play with any sort of real intensity, and Champions League nights, it shows we can do it. The question is, why haven't we been doing it? But again, I'm being too negative for a game where we're leading 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, it could be 3 or 4 before half time if they carry on like this. So fair play to them. Again, corner comes in, good one, but it's punched clear on the 6-yard box. Falls to Lewis Hall, headers the ball back towards Gordon, who again fires it in towards the 6-yard box. And again, lots of bodies for PSV, and Lewis Hall trying to take his time and pick out Anthony Gordon, but Wissa is able to pick this ball up and on the hot turn tries to play a ball towards the back stick off his left foot. But again, it's more lofty than direction, and it falls into the PSV keeper's hands. And again, he's not taking his time. PSV just trying to get and break those lines at the back there with a lung kick. It's picked up by Perisic. And again, PSV just trying to get that ball fed into the box behind the defensive line. And again, Newcastle cleared it comfortably back into the PSV half. And again, if you look at that, total attempts 0, on target 0 for PSV, 5 and 2 for Newcastle. You can see they've been dominating. And even though possession is more equal, 53 to 47, I think it is, at this present moment in time. Bruno just down, just getting something done to his leg. I think he's had a bit of a knock on his ankle.
Yeah, it doesn't look great for him. He is testing to see Louis Miley warming up there. To be honest, I think being 2-0 up, you could probably afford to take Bruno off when you've got the quality of Louis Miley coming off the bench. The interesting thing there for me is, obviously we mentioned PSV 0 attempts. They've only had 1 touch in the Newcastle box.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's one of those where we were expecting these to be a bit more of an attacking threat. We mentioned the injuries briefly that they have before the show, but you're looking at it and thinking, this team put, 6 past Napoli and 4 past Liverpool? I know there's a few changes, but it's a really good defensive performance so far.
They look void of all that, don't they, at the minute? But again, like I say, on the night, anybody can do the job. It's just how the ball falls to you at the time. It's how you feel. Like I said, we haven't seen enough of this from Newcastle this season. So, we're all a little bit. Well, I am as much as I'm happy. I'm a bit shocked as well because I didn't expect it to be this easy at the minute. But there's still a long time to go yet. Just for those that are listening rather than watching, Bruno from that corner did come down. Looked like he went over on his ankle a little bit. That's why there's a delay in play. It looks like he's okay to continue. He's put his boot back on now. Lee Maggs is asking if Chris went to the match. He did. He's gone with his lovely wife, Betsy. So it's his first ever Champions League game. So he was very excited in the pub today when I was looking at some of the photos. So yeah, he's like a bairn with a new toy.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be honest, if we play like this every time he comes to St. James's, I'll be more than happy to pay for him to come every single game, because this is probably one of the most complete performances, 40 minutes we've seen, maybe other than Chelsea. And if we play like, maybe we really overestimated PSV. There was a little bit of a worry of that. They did get battered off Union Saint-Gilloise as well. But at the same time, this team have got something in the locker. There is something about them. So maybe we'll see that in the second half. But it's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Well, I think the shot from PSV just goes over. And Beckett in the chat there says, I expected more. So did I. They've been a mixed... forget the Eredivisie because it's a different animal altogether. But Champions League, again, they've been a totally different side. As you've said, they've got hammered by really low teams that we went and stuck 4 past, USG. But then they had a real close one with Atletico Madrid, who stuck half a dozen past us pre-season. We couldn't handle them. We just looked all over the place against them. They really had a tight game with them, only losing out 3-2. And like I say, you just don't know what team's going to come out. I mean, when you look at the 6-2 against Napoli, Napoli are playing well this season.
Yeah, they're not a bad side at all. It doesn't seem to have been able to translate for them into the Champions League. But, in these particular games, they've not looked... I mean, PSV in particular tore them apart. So I think they're a really interesting side, but I think it's one of those where maybe, just maybe, how they do actually depends more on the playing style of their opposition and how they can counteract it, or maybe the players that they're missing, Van Bommel being one, Saibari, we mentioned just before, maybe they're just the ones that really make this team tick.
Click. Yeah, exactly. Whistler again trying to get Harvey Barnes in behind. Again, it's a rushed clearance for PSV. Newcastle with Trippier there, and it's some nice play again in that final third, but probably a little bit too straight for the angle of Harvey Barnes to try and have his afterburners on to get that one, and he was never going to get to it. The ball's all the way back with Popey at the moment, who again takes a touch out of his feet and tries. Oh, I can say, where's that going? It went to J7, who couldn't control it, giving the ball straight back to PSV, and they again down that left-hand side with Perisic up against Trippier. It's a nice match, that one, to be fair. Again, headed clear, but again, the blue shirt picks it up, and again, just getting it into the box towards this backstick, and D-Man headed clear by Botman just to the edge of the box, and PSV are just, again, trying to put those half a dozen passes together to try and get something, but again, it's a bit of a wayward pass, and Newcastle, again, trying to play their way out from this left-hand side. J7 now picks the ball up to Botman. Botman feeds it into Hall again. Newcastle just trying to get themselves out, and Tonali says, have a bit of that. Again, it's a ball first touch from Bruno. Gives it straight back to a blue shirt. And again, man now for PSV down this right-hand side, trying to get something going. But again, can't go anywhere. Man again. Again, Newcastle dropping onto the 18-yard box in the usual formation of the 4-5-1. Again, trying to stop anything happening from a blue shirt. And just on the half press to push them out. And it does seem to work at the moment. And again, looking for angles. Ball over the top here to try and get something behind. But again, it was easily read by Trippier, who gives it to Pope. And again, Pope goes first time up towards Wissa. And it's a bit of head tennis at the minute. But again, I like what I'm seeing because J7 is getting really close to Wissa. And he's playing that higher line, if I'm honest with you. And that seems to be causing PSG so much trouble on picking up that player, because obviously if they'd done any history checks, it's certainly something that we don't see week in, week out in the Premier League.
No, absolutely not. I think we saw a bit more against Athletic Bilbao. I remember the offside. It was he either scored and it was offside, or it was a shot on target that was offside. But I remember J7 going through from a run from midfield, and pretty much a very similar thing of when the striker gets the ball or when it goes near there, that third central midfielder runs in behind, and we haven't seen it enough. J7's the one that's done it more than anyone this season. I think it's one of those where you never really know when Newcastle are going to utilise it, because we've only seemed to do it really in the Champions League.
Yeah, you're right, mate. And as I said, we look a different animal. And it looks like Salah Eddin has done something to himself there and tried to clear that ball, because straight away he waved at the bench to replace him. So again, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but again, it's very stop-start. And there's a player already warmed up and ready to come. And I think this is a Disbo or a Bisbo or something like that, if memory serves me right. It's the haircut that tells me who it is. Yeah, there you go. A Bisbo. So he's going to come on and play at left back. And Salah Eddin, he didn't look up for this, I must admit. He's been bullied by Barnes and Trips a little bit. and he certainly hasn't looked comfortable. So let's see what happens now. There's the first change, forced change for PSV. Haven't seen Mann and Perisic rotate at all at the minute. Obviously, I'm happy about that, to be fair, because I think, like I say, Perisic and Trippier match each other quite well, not seeing anything at all. And to be fair, Louis Saul seems to be doing very well against that man as well. So, again, for us, it certainly helped us out.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. I'm really quite surprised by it. I think it's one of those where you put your pacey winger against Kieran Trippier, surely, or maybe you're trying to rely on maybe getting in behind Lewis Hall. It could even be that they've just had the mentality of, you know what, we're going to play our game, Newcastle are going to play theirs, and we'll see who does better, rather than any real tactical battle. But, I mean, it's suited us so far, if you couldn't tell by the scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. Bruno is really struggling, mate, to be fair. He can hardly walk on their ankle. He's certainly got to get off. We are into the first part of injury time, the 6 minutes in. So does he do it sooner? Because he is literally a bystander at the minute.
Yeah,
so we're down to 10 men, even though he's on the park.
He's got to come off, hasn't he?
Yeah, Lewis, you can't wait for them, son. You've got to come to the ball. Driven across towards Harvey Barnes, who couldn't do anything with that ball apart from put his head onto it. But again, a bit more like head tennis. Bruno does well there, though, to feed it out towards Harvey Barnes. And again, he's not really challenging for a ball. And that's could be a mistake for Newcastle for letting this continue as long as it is. Because, like I say, at the minute, they are walking past him rather than running past him.
Yeah, there's no way he stays on until half-time, I think.
No, exactly. Thanks, Random, for the gift, my friend. And that's gone to Dark Side of the Moon. Welcome on board with your NTTV Plus All Access membership. And if you could be so kind in thanking Random for that gift by continuing your membership, that will help us up massively. Thank you so much.
Lovely stuff.
And again, Newcastle not in any hurry to make this change, and ball has deflected quite nicely there to Mann from Louis Hall. Again, stopping them going forward, though, so they have to retreat on the 36-yard marker. Ball out again on this right-hand side, and Gordon deep in his own half, trying to get the D. Oh, there you go. Eddie Howe has seen the urgency, and Miley's coming on in the injury time of the first half, and you see Bruno's really struggling. Giving it to Trippier.
I'm not sure why he came back on, to be honest.
No, mate. Maybe, trying to, again, it's Bruno's mentality, isn't it?
Yeah,
just trying to give us everything.
I can stay on, but you can't.
Yeah, see if I couldn't run it off.
Situation.
Yeah. The trouble is we've got far too many games coming our way, and that's, we know how the results more than game has gone our way with Bruno in the team, haven't we? I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. He does carry us. He does get them those goals. Throw into PSV towards Pope, who punches it clear on the edge of the 6-yard box. Again, it's away from any danger, but it's back with a blue shirt. PSV again come knocking on the door just outside the Newcastle half. But to be fair, that was closer to the time than it was the goal of Pope from Mann. He didn't look at all involved in this game, like I say.
No,
so still 2-0 to Newcastle. Oh, and Louis Hall has gone down now.
Yeah,
with a little bit of a
holding his hip.
Knee in the buttock.
Yeah. He will be all right, though. I'm just mystic. I'm not ahead.
Good luck.
He'll definitely be all right. It's one of those, I think, whenever you see Lewis Hall go down with an injury, I think he'll probably hold it until half-time. It wouldn't massively surprise me if another change was made at some point, just because we are 2-0 up, and you don't want to risk big players in particular in these kind of moments.
No, you're right, mate, and that's it, isn't it? It's the reward over what we've got coming. I want to try and get as many players fit as you possibly can. And like I say, that was a freak one. Wasn't something that anybody anticipated. It wasn't a challenge. It literally was just him jumping and then literally coming down on the side of his boot, which didn't look comfortable when you watch the replay. Toon Army again doing a different job tonight, playing a deeper role and sitting in between the two centre defenders. Again, gives us that extra body to play to. Again, Chow just under a bit of pressure from Till, manages to get down the line to Miley, comes into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes drops a shoulder into J7. Again, Newcastle trying to get the ball out and wide as quick as they possibly can to try and get the ball developing. That's a great ball into Wissa. First time touch for the run from and I could see the Barnes run, but he couldn't quite force the ball back to him in the PSV box. But again, PSV, again, half press from Newcastle, trying to play a little bit of football around us to get something to happen. And again, halfway line now, PSV on the turn, down towards Perisic on that left-hand side. Again, got a bit of space to put it into the box. It comes now. And again, nowhere near the PSV player, but it does fall in the end to Mann. Back with Mann now, who dinks it towards the back post. It's cleared by Chow. And now Wissa just trying to get it over the player's head. And again, we've got a bit stagnant at the minute.
Yeah,
Liverpool are now winning, so we've dropped to 8th in the league, but we'll have a quick look at where we are in the league during half time. Little bit of a half shot from Warner there, straight into the hands of Pope, though.
Yeah, decent technique on it, but let's be honest, not enough power to trouble Pope in that position.
Now, you get those half moments that we saw at Tottenham. The overhead kick where it just seemed to take a week to go into the back of the net. At the minute, I was just looking, saying, "Please, just do it, just handle it."
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I see another overhead kick from Spurs, because they had one from Palhinha, I mean, a much better one, not just a few weeks later. If I see another one, I'm gonna end up having like Vietnamese flashbacks from the war and stuff like that. I'm gonna be waking up screaming. It's gonna be horrible.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at form of the likes of Spurs, if you like, and don't get me wrong, I want to see a lot of our English teams doing well because of obviously places within the European competition, because it just opens up that fifth space for us. Because like I say, I think top 4 is probably just out of our reach. And there you go, half time is upon us. So we are 2-0 to the good at St James's Park against PSV. So like I say, we've a couple of injury worries, I suppose, is the only downer to this, because the actual game has been very good.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's one of those where I've put win it 90 minutes there accidentally. Yeah, to be honest, I think we played quite well. I think the only thing that you could argue, and it's been mentioned in there sort of in the chat, the goals have come from PSV errors rather than Newcastle being fantastic. But they have come from the press. So, in my opinion, I remember when we finished 4th that first season, we scored so many goals from oppositions making the mistakes from our press. But, if you can create nothing and, still have two goals to the good, I'll take that any day.
Me too, mate. Because that's all you can do, isn't it? You can't do anything more than the press gives you the goal. It's working as a unit, keeping the tension on the back line, so they can't go left, right. They're trying to put that ideal pace on the ball for the keeper just to hit first time. And like I say, technique has to be spot on. And like I say, if Voltemada would have started, I don't think any of those goals stay.
No,
maybe the first one, because like I say, he wasn't really involved in that. But would he have been as high as Wissa was?
No, I don't.
Would he have been part of the build-up? You know what I mean? More than the last man.
No, I definitely don't think he would have. I think it's one of those where you look at the differences between Voltemada and Wissa, and it's clear to see all round, isn't it? But we've played well. I think we do play better with Wissa on the pitch. But we're going to see it. It is half time, so I am going to just quickly step up for a moment.
No worries,
mate.
mate.
Literally just be 2 seconds.
No problem. I am just going to pop up what's happening in the league as we speak. So while Michael's just nipping out there, here we go. So Arsenal atop, obviously played yesterday and again, seem to be very competent in the Champions League, doing really well. Unfortunately for us, I suppose. Bayern Munich second, Atalanta who again third, Real Madrid fourth, Liverpool fifth, just got in the lead again playing tonight. Spurs have dropped to sixth now, Paris Saint-Germain seventh, and we are down to eighth. And again, that is literally what we wanted tonight. It's nice to think that that's where we're going to stay. And it certainly comes to that leveller in Paris later on next month. So for me, it is going to be one to watch. It's certainly something that I'm sure all of us will enjoy in Paris. For the, I know James has got a ticket. Jamie Smith, who's with us, he's got a ticket and he's loving that. And like I say, it's certainly going to be a big night because Paris at home are a different animal to away, but I still think there's a possibility of a win there. So that's going to be interesting. Let's have a quick look at where we are. And like I say, we can, I suppose, have another look at just some of the changes that have happened in that first half. So I'm just going to, again, go onto a different screen to show you guys the team layout. And again, it's not really anything changed. Personnel-wise, the two subs, obviously, we've got Obispo at left back now, coming on for them again, an injury, and Miley coming on for Bruno again, another injury. But again, Perisic and Man, I did really think that they were going to go the opposite way, but they haven't, and it really has suited Newcastle. Hasn't really affected us. Like I say, they've both matched man for man very well, not really causing us any trouble. And like I say, these two at the back, Yannick and Schouten, have really struggled. And again, you know, you look at your mid three, not really been able to get really a foot on the ball and control it. Veerman can be a good player. We know Wana is also technically a good, gifted player, can cause problems. And like I say, Junior not really got himself involved at all. And again, you know, have they got a lot to offer us in the box? A lot of late runs, but again, the ball's pretty floaty. And only 1 point really where Pope did look a little bit lost. He came a little bit flappy to the one cross. Seemed to lose his bearings a little bit. But that was very brief. But again, like I say, you can only play what's in front of you. And at the minute, Newcastle seem to be well in control. Again, what we don't want to see is what we've seen likes of Chelsea, if you like, where you go in 2-0 to the good, thinking the game is over. That's something that we need, that mentality to continue. They still got to come out with the same intensity, the same work ethics. And like I say, with the weekend and Aston Villa coming up, maybe, as usual, 65 minutes to 75 minutes, we'll see Eddie Howe with his changes. But we'll see. Like I say, for me, it's worked out really well. I like the effect of Tonali dropping really deep, allowing the likes of Hall and Trippier to push to the halfway line and beyond. J7 really dropping up into towards Wissa, which allows Wissa that opportunity to go and hunt for goals as well. And again, it's causing PSV lots of headache. So again, you know, are they going to make some subtle changes at half time just to compensate for our tactic the first half? It's going to be an interesting second half, Michael.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Miley coming on for Bruno so late in the half probably makes me think we won't make any changes at half time. But personally, you know, I'd maybe look at this and think this is the time where you can maybe rest Harvey Barnes a little bit, bring Anthony Elanga on. You know, give him a chance where he gets some confidence as well. Don't get me wrong, this PSV side is a pretty strong side, but they need to come back at us now. They need to try and get a goal. Let's bring on those players that can hit us a bit more, hit them a bit more on the counter attack. Should say, and it's a great chance to get Alanga a little bit of confidence as well. Same with Ramsey. For Tonali, if Bruno's going to be out, Tonali's going to need to be absolutely amazing over the next few games. So maybe it's a good time. You mentioned 60-65. I mean, we see it all the time, so it probably will be then. You can bring those players on.
Yeah, you're right. Like I say, a couple of stats that are interesting. I must admit. I mean, they're not spectacular, but 50-50 in possession. So you can see it's not been one-way traffic. But again, that's probably Newcastle just getting a breather in between. 1.58 XG to Newcastle, so overperforming what they should be getting. But again, like you say, it's been mistakes from the back line more than something that's been driven by Newcastle, if you like. But PSV, 0.09. 3 shots, just the 1 weak effort on target. 5 shots from Newcastle, 2 on target. 2 big chances to Newcastle, which they have taken. No big chances missed. Accurate passing one, though. 171 passes by Newcastle. 72% accurate. 187 for PSV. 81% accurate. So again, you can see they are able to pass the ball. But again, is that because, excuse me, Newcastle are more forward-minded, getting the ball to the forward men quicker rather than going to that square left-right possession-based? We seem a bit more of a threat today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, let's be honest. You can see from games gone past when we play that short passing game, it doesn't seem to work for us. Even though we are trying to transition more to it because that's what big clubs do, you know what I mean? But when we play that fast, more direct style of play, we do cause a few more issues. And let's be honest, the final ball still hasn't been great today. But there's been 3 or 4 situations where if we had got that final ball correct, where we could have got another 2-3 goals. The one on the left hand side, Wissa and Gordon combining, plays particularly into my mind there in that one. So I think it is positive. It is a learning curve really, where you look at it and go, sure, okay, short passing isn't working, more direct is. How do we get the likes of Wolves, Sunderland, let's say, those teams that are going to sit back a bit more against us, how do we get them more on the attack against us so we can hit them with that more direct style of play? Do we purposely give them the ball to try and, get them out of that little hole? Because Champions League, no one sits back. And in Champions League, we've looked pretty good. But it's just those games where we play against the low block, we can't do anything. So we've got to learn and we've got to figure out how to beat those kind of teams. But you can learn by doing it against these kind of teams. That the direct play is the way to go.
Yeah, you're right. Let's have a quick look at other scores. So it's Atlanta 1, Athletic Club 0, Bayern Munich 0, Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Chelsea 0, Paphos 0, Juventus 0, Benfica 0, Marseille 0, Liverpool 1, Newcastle 2, Eindhoven 0, Slavia Prague 2, Barcelona 2. That's another interesting scoreline.
Good game, that.
And there you have it. That's what's happening in the Champions League as we speak. So we are 8th in the table. It's exactly where we need to be. Lots of people in the chat, and Connor's just thrown a question at me there. Would you bring Elanga on for the second half?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's... it would be the first change that I would want to make. I don't think Howe will, because he's already made a change in centre midfield. But I think this is the kind of game where Ramsey and Elanga can build up their confidence. In a game where we are relatively safe, but we still do have that bit of jeopardy. Let's be honest, these are a good team. It's not like we're bringing on Sean Neve and Alex Murphy. We're bringing on 2 very high quality players, and we can rest two even better players for that big game against Villa at the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it is all about managing minutes now, isn't it? It's not, like I say, pushing players. I mean, people in the chat there, I think Just Geordie's just said, when you see Howe leaving injured players on really baffles me. Bruno clearly signalled he was okay to push on. To think he would risk a player's health is madness. Now, like I say, I think that sometimes the pride of the player sometimes overshadows what should happen, and that's why coaches and management are totally different. Coaches will just look at you and take what you say as read. Managers just whip you off because again, it's literally about managing the minutes. And I'm not saying Howe is wrong, and I'm certainly not saying that Bruno is wrong. Sometimes you just need to manage the situation that's in front of you. And like I say, when you're a coach, you're everybody's mate. When you're a manager, you're nobody's mate. And that's the difference.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, let's be honest, we've seen plenty of coaches and we've seen plenty of managers. And, when you compare the players the managers, who you would call coaches, your Bruceys, etc. Well, actually, he said he didn't do tactics, didn't he? So
yeah, absolutely.
But when you compare the likes of Howe and Bruce, I mean, I've seen plenty of people in this chat say, "Oh, Howe is just another Bruce" and stuff like that. I can't get behind comments like that. But the difference between the two is paramount, and I think you look at Bruce McLaren, all the dross we've had over the years. Yeah, it's finally good, and I'm very glad that we're out of that kind of era.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can tell. You don't get, you certainly don't get reactions like we've had. I mean, you look, and listen, things sometimes just fit into place, and you can be very lucky as a manager, stroke coach. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you've also got to think that sometimes every player you come into this team, it has to be the correct player because we haven't got the money to throw at players that aren't going to suit. And at this present moment in time, I think 70%, maybe 75% have been absolutely bang on. So again, you have to go with your gut instinct. You have to have a good man or a good team around you that can also see the player. Maybe not at the minute, but maybe you can work it. That's what you're looking for. Anyway, we're off again in the second half, and as it stands, it doesn't look like there's any changes. Botman heads it forward, but again, it's just a little bit of head tennis, and Botman gets it under control and plays it back to Pope, who again addresses the ball and goes long again towards Anthony Gordon on that right-hand side. But it's easy for PSV just to head behind for a throw into Newcastle. Again, taken very quickly, Newcastle, not messing about with this one. Certainly want the job done tonight by the looks of it. Tonali again, cross to Chow, plays it up the line to Trippier. Trippier tries to get the ball early into the middle, but it's fallen to Wissa, who's dropped in deep. J7, who's I would say he's had an indifferent game up to yet. Some good, some not so. But like I say, he's been very effective during during the game. Great ball out towards Trippier there, who again had gone on that high line. Again, this is the system that I like, but I want Miley to be in there because I want to see Tonali a little bit higher up the field. But again, maybe Miley's still a bit naive to play that role. But he's playing the perfect role for me, which would allow the lads on the width to get forward. So bang on the money for that one. Attendance night is just over 52,000, 52,079, I think it is. Bear with me 2 seconds. 76, 5276 is the attendance night at St James's Park. So not a bad attendance for a Wednesday night.
No, not at all. And
not a great night up in the northeast from what I can see. No,
it's very, very wet. Not really too windy, but they'll be absolutely soaked when they come off that pitch. Just to touch on Miley there as well, I think when all the rumours about Bruno going to Manchester City came about, everyone said, "Oh, it'll be Miley that replaces Bruno Guimaraes." if anything, now you're going to get the chance to see that. Because to be honest, I think the injury looked like it'll be one that will keep him out for me a couple of games at least. From what we saw, Miley probably will end up going in at right back due to necessity, but you might see that midfield three of Tonali, Miley, and Joe Linton a little bit more going forward.
Yeah. Again, I've never really had a problem with Miley. I just think sometimes you're asking too much of any player to be sat on a bench for week after week after week and then thrown into the gauntlet expecting George Best to appear. It just doesn't happen, and that's what I said. We're just starting to see some, I say not perfect, but some good things from Ramsey. And the kid, again, ain't featured, and this is the second game. So I don't know what Eddie Howe expects from the players that start games that haven't played. It certainly expects a lot more than what I expect from the player, if I'm honest with you. But again, there has been some sloppy play. Trippier, again, just seems to be aimlessly pushing the ball into areas that doesn't seem to be lots of white and black shirts. Ball into the box there, but again, it's not to anybody specific. It's just aimlessly put into the box by PSV. And again, long ball over onto the left-hand side of the box towards Perisic. And again, it's just booted up in the air. Ooh, Trippier then just throwing a boot towards the face of Yannick there. But again, he does well, Trippier, to try and get that out. But it's picked up by PSV again. Ball goes centrally now. And again, the wall of Newcastle just blocking off any forward motion from PSV, if I'm honest. And again, Schlotton just picks the ball up again. Players just trying to move around the white shirts, black and white shirts, not really giving anybody any decent angles to get through. And when there is a ball through, let's say Newcastle seem to be on them really quick. But there's an opportunity here for Man to get something in. I think that's Junior gets a ball towards the back stick, but again, overhit and to nobody in particular.
Yeah, it's one of those, this game, let's be honest, we expected PSV to come out a little bit more at the second half. They had to. Let's be honest, they couldn't have been any worse. You're realistically just looking at it and going, right, can Newcastle pick them off and get the third now? Next goal's massively important. Can't just sit back, hit them on the. But if we do, they're gonna. But if we do defend a little bit more, we need to make sure we're dangerous on that counter.
Yeah, and that's the thing. For me, this is where Anthony Elanga would exploit the high line now of PSV because they are gambling more. Miley now to J7, who again just looking for angles, drops the ball back for Chow to play the ball into the feet of Barnes, who again gets a tap on the ankle from Veerman, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Ball possession 52% now, Newcastle's favour to 48. So again, it's not first real 5 minutes. It's not really done a lot, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. We'll know from sort of looking at it from the eye test that they are going to see a little bit more of the ball in dangerous areas. None of this, let's try and keep it at the back and break them down. It's going to be fast. It's going to be direct where they can. They're going to try and cause us problems in that way instead. Rather than just passing 4 or 5 times around the edge of their box and then trying to break
ball
forward.
Up into the box. They look like a handball there for... Say somebody's arm went up in the air, but it was a ball that was deflected back towards the head of Yarrick. And it looked like it come off his head more than his hand, but it was very close to his arm there.
Yeah, you see terrible handball decisions given every Champions League game, so it wouldn't surprise you if something like that ended up being given, would it?
Being given, yeah. Trippier goes across again to throw the in-swinger in. Again, Newcastle line up at the back post again with that new system of that they seem to play. Ball in from Trippier. It's towards the back stick, but again, a little bit too high for Botman. But it does fall to Tonali, who whips the ball back in towards the back post. And again, far too much shape on that ball, and it goes away from a black and white shirt. But again, Trippier picks it up, gives it to Hall. Back out to the right-hand side to Tonali. Whipped into central to Trippier now, who's moved from the corner flag to play that deep roll. Hall, Tonali, who this time left-footed, angled to shape towards the edge of the box, more of a lofted float, but again, it's just deflected away from Newcastle, and it's a throw into PSV, halfway in their own half. Eddie Howe's not happy with something there, Michael. I don't know what he's shouting at.
Yeah, he's not happy, but just something I know I'm a little bit ahead, but there's a picture of Bruno Guimaraes on the bench, head down, shaking his head. I think Howe's not really happy that we've not been able to keep the ball. Our passing style's not been great. But Bruno doesn't look happy at all either.
No, like I say, I'm sure he'll have that iced as we speak, and he'll probably be put in an air boot to go home on for 24 hours just to keep the swelling down. Yeah, all of the fans apparently had a gift of a free drink if they got into the ground before 7 o'clock tonight. So well done you, and well done Newcastle United.
Stops any bother as well, isn't it? I mean, I know the PSV fans have been in Pop World since they woke up, pretty much. I've seen the scenes from there, and it looked pretty lively.
Yeah, it did.
So stops any bother before the game as well, which I think is smart from Newcastle.
Anthony Gordon now down the left-hand side again, drives towards the byline. It's come all the way through to Harvey Barnes, who air kicks the cross, and unfortunately doesn't go anywhere. PSV now trying to break forward, but Newcastle, oh, there you go. Tonali now gets the yellow card. I don't know what was, that was just petulance, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those. Let's be honest. Tonali just tries a bit more of a, we're trying to press there as a team. Tonali's one of those where, let's be honest, he's happy to let his mouth go off a little bit. He's always a risk of a yellow card, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he was he was on the turn, Warner then, and he looks like he just got his hand in his face. Tonali just lost as the momentum pushed him forward. I don't think it was any malice in it at all.
No,
if I'm honest with you. Jarek Gazierovski plays it back to the keeper, and again just going down towards Perisic on this left hand side, but again it's nowhere near it, and he's gone down now, grimacing, holding his left hand side.
A little elbow into the side there. Nothing we haven't seen already in this game, but it's a sore one. But realistically, when you're 2-0 down, if you're a manager, you probably want your player to get on with it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, that is just Trippier, isn't it? It's all about man management and keeping them quiet, if you like. Yeah. Bit of S-housery from Trippier there. You can see it in the replay, leading with the elbow. Who's that guy that shouts 7? 7! I don't know where Chris is, mate. I don't know where he's sitting, buddy. So I can't tell you that. Ball back with Pope, who again hammers the ball forward, trying to get over the top, and the ball's deflected off Wiss's head into Barnes. Again, Barnes gets the ball out of his feet, feeds Trippier down the right-hand side, inside to Miley. First time from Miley. And again, Harvey Barnes just delays the pass, and it's nicked off him, but well watched by Lewis Hall. Again, intercepts the square ball from PSV. Anthony Gordon now outside the box with a shot. That's blocked. And again, man now for PSV on the turn to try and get going in the other direction. But again, Newcastle get themselves back into position, slow PSV down, and again, they're happy to have PSV playing the ball in their own half while they get back to shape. Very committed to the cause tonight from what I've seen, mate. Everybody in the role has really done it to T. I say, we've just been sloppy in areas, but can't really fault them.
No, definitely not. Let's be honest, it hasn't been a bad performance at all. I think we've been very decent. I think even PSV will sit there and say, look, we haven't been as good as we want to be in the final third. I think they'll obviously have issue with how they've been right at the back as well, but neither team has been terrible. Neither team's played bad. It's just one of those where midfields have kind of batted each other out, but Newcastle have forced those 2 errors from PSV in their back line, and we're benefiting from it.
Ball all the way back with Botman again, trying to draw PSV deeper into our half, and then looks like Newcastle are trying their best to get on the break. Nice turn from J7 there, off the shoulder. And a great ball for Anthony Gordon now. He's through. There's 2-on-2 here. If Anthony Gordon get past him, gets to the byline, he's on his left foot, turns around again to try and get the ball square. But again, if that was Harvey Barnes, there was a shot on goal there. Ball has come back out to Lewis Hall, though. I think that was a chance wasted. It was a great ball from J7. Tonali now picks the ball up, plays the ball square to Cho. Again, Newcastle happy to be camped. Miley now from Trippier, picks the ball up inside right position. Again, looking for angles, comes more inside, trying to drive the ball back towards J7. Headed clear, but it's only come to Lewis Hall just in the PSV half. Again, Hall back to J7. J7 flicks it forward. Gordon falls to Barnes. Barnes gets it out of his feet. Wissa tries to play it back to Barnes, central. And again, just behind him rather than in front of him. And PSV being really hounded in their own box, scrambling to get this ball cleared. And J7 again, great interception. But again, just makes Miley run from playing a simple pass. He makes him run 5-10 yards to get the ball back. But he gives it to Trippier. Finds Tonali, who again, sitting, dominating that midfield, that deep roll in between the two centre-backs. It's a good run from Morley down the wing here, seen by Trippier. Morley now with a chance to get the ball into the box. Wissa! Oh! Headed over the bar. But there was a push in the back there. I'm sure this might be seen. Yeah.
For me, that's a penalty, but...
We'll see. That did look as though he'd got hands on the back there. Well, it was moored into the side of him, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's be honest. Wissa has a clear header on goal. He's already in the air. And the defender sends him flying. Like, it's one of those where, realistically, is it excessive force? Hey, don't be wrong. I'd be angry if it was given against her. But again, you see them given.
Yeah. We're still ain't happy, I'll tell you now. Lewis Hall, anyway, he's taking the corner kick. It looks like there is no penalty decision. Play short. Again, just giving a chance for Trippier to hammer one towards J7 at the back stick. But again, a little bit too much meat on the grill. Too deep for J7 to do anything with that one. And it's out for a goal kick for PSV. Again, it's sometimes, you do have to look at this team and you go, why can't you just play a simple ball into the box? You know what I mean? It's just, what is it?
Yeah, it's an odd one. It's almost like we try to be too intricate, or we try and play that extra little ball rather than doing anything a little bit risky. I mean, we've said for a little while we are very much a no risk side. We don't really tend to take risks at any point. And I think what we are seeing is just one of those where we want to try and create the best possible chance that we have. I mean, you remember Arsenal, the joke was always that they tried to walk it in. It kind of feels like we've been like that at times, doesn't it?
Yeah, too many times, if I'm honest. We had the perfect goal. Like I say, it doesn't matter how the goal come. Look, tonight we celebrate the same, don't we?
Exactly.
Throw into Newcastle halfway in their own half. And again, as you saw there, Jarek, their centre-back, this Gazarovski lad, he seems to be the one pushing the rest of them forward to try and get a little bit of pressure in the Newcastle half. And again, with no real conviction to do anything once they're there, if I'm honest with you. Great long ball that, trying to search out Gordon. But again, PSV managed to get the ball safely back towards the keeper, who again just takes his time with his little green and pink flash of a kit. Not sure I quite like that. Again, it's simple. You've seen it once before, Wissa, and you've been sucked in again to the same problem.
Yeah.
Again, bringing the ball out of the back, Jarek, and again he's half lost it, and he has lost it now, and again Tonali having to do the hard yards and collects it back deep in that right back position. And again, the referee sees a bit of a follow through from Jarek there, who had gone from the centre back role on the short pass back from the keeper all the way to the deep left wing position. And again, he does leave a little bit on trips there, but I think there was a little bit of S-housery again.
Oh yeah, it's one of those. He buys it, but it's a stupid foul to make, to be honest. I know he's out of position, and he's probably just thinking, "Oh, if Newcastle break quickly, I'm screwed here." But it's one of those where you'd be fuming if you're his manager, wouldn't you?
Oh, definitely. I think the two wingers have come off now. Perisic is off. I'm not sure who that is for PSV. I'll quickly have a look to see who it could be. I think
Perisic came off for Duruech, and Dennis Mann has come off for Bajrak Tarovic.
Yeah.
Close enough.
That's one of yours. Here we go again. Newcastle with Louis Saul doing really well down that left-hand side again, beating 2 or 3 players, looking for the foul. The referee is saying, get on with it. Not been great, I must admit, from what I've seen so far.
No, it's one of those second halves, isn't it, where Newcastle have sort of just we've sat in and we've gone, you know what, we think this is enough. PSV know they've got to win the game, well, score twice to get back into the game. We're happy to sit back and try and hit them on the counter. Don't make any mistakes and you win this game, is what Howe's probably said to them.
Yeah, again, not really made the mistakes as we saw previously against Chelsea being in a similar situation. We have tried to control it a bit more. Like you say, we've sucked them in because they're chasing the game now. And it certainly does look as though they're trying to hit them long at the back. But again, it's screaming out for for Elanga for me.
Yeah, you can see these are pretty susceptible to the counter attack, and if we can get it right, then we will end up getting a third. But it's one of those. It's just next goal is so important because if they get it, you could see Newcastle dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, it's that mentality. And just want to say cheers to everybody out there in viewerland. Just getting me lucky dog out there for it to continue. And PSV are offside. So, again, it's been a little bit stop-start at times. It's not been a classic by any means, if I'm honest with you. This second half, again, it's Newcastle are setting, a stall out. You can see what the tactic is, and that's just trying to get them in that false sense of security, if you like, PSV, get them forward and hit them on the break, but without really having the right players in the right area. And again, you've got to keep Wisser on if you're going to play that way, because there ain't no way Voltamara, that could be falling to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes! Harvey Barnes! What a goal for Harvey Barnes! That is Harvey Barnes at his best.
Isn't it?
Yeah, first touch out of his feet, beats the player with his second touch, gets it under control with his third touch. And you know where it is with the fourth touch. It's in the back of the net.
Yeah,
down to the keeper's left-hand side.
It's what Gordon tried to do earlier. Couldn't really get past his man with that much agility. But Barnes showing why he's the man in form and why he's the player that every Newcastle fan wants to see in that starting lineup. And no doubt, Chris will come on immediately after the game or whenever he's next on. And
the love child.
That man,
yeah, exactly. The love child. I told you. Again, it was a poor header that started all this off again from PSV, and he heads it back towards his own goal from the clearance towards Yarek. And again, Harvey Barnes sees the opportunity to pinch the ball off him. Like I say, his first touch takes it away from the defender. His second touch beats the defender. Third touch gets it under control. His left foot pushes it past the keeper. Again, it's a great finish with his non-dominant foot, if you like. But he always looks in control of it. Never looks.
He's got great control, isn't he?
Not competent.
Body. I think the question I have for you now, though, is how long is it till Newcastle make subs? Because Sandro Tonali, I mentioned earlier, he's going to be vital to our run if Bruno is injured. You got Ramsey, Elanga, Willock, Voltamada, Alex Murphy. All of them will be looking at this and going, "Get me on that pitch right now."
Right now, and you can see. I mean, I don't know why he's doing. He's looking for more, and I think we know we haven't got defenders on the field of play, and that's what I said. You don't need defenders to actually come on, but do you need to give Botman or even Hall a breather? Because Hall's worked hard today. He's worked hard the weekend. He's covering a lot of ground. I potentially may think about Alex Murphy left back. Gives you that little bit more of an anchor man. You do lose it though, like I say, going forward. Do you say to yourself, well, you know what, I'm going to keep Gordon on if I'm going to put Alex Murphy on and bring Barnes off? And I don't mean this with any discredit whatsoever because he's played well, Harvey Barnes. It's just the fact that we need him the weekend.
Yeah, this is the perfect time. Literally, you're not going to get a better chance in January, February, even March than this to give players a rest. It's vital that we do because we've got a horrible run coming up.
There's a chance here if Newcastle play the game. Oh, it's just held him up. Wissa. He's walked down a blind alley there. The actual pitch opened up for him to drive into the hollow, but he just, I don't know whether he's knackered. He's looking down towards his toes at the minute. Trippier gets the throw in. But again, nice little movement there. Nice triangle from Newcastle to open up the space. And Alanga had the opportunity to drive towards the space. But then, unfortunately, he decided something else was on that wasn't really there. Ball over the top for Trippier, who again has done really well. If I'm honest with you, back-to-back games for Trippier. I didn't expect it, but it happened, and he hasn't let them down. I think the subs are just starting to get changed. Yeah, there they are. It looks like Elanga, Volta Messi is coming on.
Yeah, a lot of players warming up there. Looks like Elanga will be coming on with them as well.
Ball all the way back to Pope. Again, not really the press anymore from PSV. It looks like they've blown themselves out during that first period of the second half. Morley picks the ball up from J7, again goes square to Trippier. Ball down the line for Morley's continued run. Then he's looking for Harvey Barnes, who's continued his run. Ball towards Wissa. Oh, it's just past him. Another. You know what? If Voltamada was there with them go gadget legs, that would have been a goal.
Maybe. I don't know if he would have ran for it. And I can make that joke with the smile on my face because it's
exactly. Just again, I think it's probably 10 minutes too long for Wissa at the minute. I still think he's not up to match sharpness yet, but he weren't far off then.
No, it's one of those. I think you look at a few players and you think they're not quite 100%. A lot of players are, at 90, 99. You look at Trippier and you think he's not 100% either, but he's sort of having to play. Wissa's one of those, and he's looked like he kind of been forced back, like a few players. But I'll be honest, shift like we've put in today, very good performance. I'm a very happy man. I don't know about you.
Yeah, very happy, mate. As I said, this is where we want to see Newcastle in the European competitions, isn't it? I mean, listen, it has been a struggle. It has been problematic at times in the Premier League. But again, this is where the players want to be. This is what you're offering, and this is where they've got to show. And hopefully, once the pressure's off, and they have qualified in the Champions League, and it's all out of the way, and the last game is just turn up and play type of situation. I think it may change the mentality in the Premier League. So I'm hoping you start seeing the performances come from the Premier League, or from the Champions League, and filter down into the Premier League. So looks like Anthony Gordon's coming off. So I was wrong. They're keeping Harvey Barnes on. So Harvey Barnes will go over to that right-hand side. Again, I don't want to risk Harvey Barnes. Whis's off. And it certainly looks like Toon Army could be coming off. Or is it J7? Because I saw Ramsey.
Looks like it's going to be J7.
J7's out. Okay. Which again, it's a risk. But are we also looking now more the fact that we need to keep Toon Army happier? Because obviously he's been subbed a lot recently. There's been a lot of conversations about is he staying, is he going? Is it the fact now they're just trying to get him minutes, get him match sharp again, see what happens?
I think it might just be one of those where I know we're 3-0 up, but strange things have happened. he probably does want someone on that to continue that control of the game, make sure we have that control in midfield, and we do see this out, not easily, but without any worries. And that is one thing that Toon Army is very, very good at when we're holding a lead. He is one of the better players at making sure that we see it out. We ain't good at seeing it out, but if we had more of him, I think we definitely would be. J7, little bit more erratic. Obviously, he gets a yellow card as well. It would mean he'd be out for PSG. So I can see why he's done it. But I would have liked to see Toon Army come off and be rested a little bit. I can't lie.
Yeah, I agree. They're just waiting to make some changes. PSG. We're in the 73rd minute. Newcastle 3, PSV 0. Again, it's just a little bit of. It's nice to see us controlling it a little bit more, though, mate. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah, completely. I think it's one of those. How many games this season have we seen Newcastle United crumble from decent positions? This is probably one of the first games where, there's been maybe 2 or 3 this season where you've just looked at it in the 70th minute and gone, I'm happy with this. Well, I don't think we're going to lose. I don't think we're even going to concede. Now, if we end up losing from here, I'll stop saying anything for the rest of my life because it makes me a massive jinx. But I think you look at it at this point and you think, this is probably the best we're going to get for Newcastle right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. I must admit, 3 attempts at goal and 3 goals isn't a bad record to have. Like I say, they're not wasted any energy tonight at shooting at nothing. Considering it took us 85 minutes to get a shot at target against Wolves, which wasn't really a shot.
I think the thing I'd say as well is I'd be pushing for a 4th, because if you get 1 more goal, that puts you ahead of PSG into 6th. And considering we play them, that means a draw guarantees we'd be above them after 8 games. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting a draw at the Parc des Princes, but all of a sudden it makes a draw a lot more of a nicer fixture, a nicer result. Sorry, for Newcastle.
Yeah, it gives you something to aim at as well and work to, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I think when you look at how, it's 6th to 13th now on 13 points. Atalanta, who looked like they were destined to be there, losing 3-1 at home to Athletic Club, it just shows you how unpredictable this competition is. And to be honest, I'm enjoying the league phase a lot more than I thought I would a few years ago. But I don't know if that's just because I'm seeing Newcastle in the top 8.
Well, that's a great ball in. Oh, Voltamada! Oh,
great header, but it's a good save.
It's close to him, wasn't it? It's too close to him. Ball behind him from Elanga. It was a great ball out to Elanga, to be fair, from Louis Hall, I think it was. And again, it was coming from his left foot to like I say, behind Voltamada, who manages to get his head on target, but too close to the keeper.
Yeah, he heads it too well. That's the issue. I think if he hits it like Bruno hits a shot, scuffs it a little bit, you're probably seeing a goal there for Newcastle.
Yeah, all 5 English clubs in the top 8. Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, not going to do us no harm when it comes to fighting for that 5th spot, I must admit, at the end of the season.
Yeah, I think that'll pretty much guarantee 5th spot goes to England. I think it was a 99% chance at the start of the campaign. Let's be honest, it's 100 now, isn't it?
It's got to be. Ball, it's a corner kick to PSV, deflected cross from PSV, come off Trippier, come out for the corner. Again, just delaying the taking of the corner. Ball come into the box, and again, it's headed over. Nothing really on target from Sildinia there on PSV. Again, just playing out from the back. A good ball up the line to Ramsey's first touch. Again, driving forward. Ramsey's beating his player. Plays the ball into Elanga, who's gone from right to left on the diagonal on his left foot. And again, from a really tight angle, Elanga lets one fly, but that's wide. That's broken the 100% mark on our shooting. Get him off!
Not good enough. I have to say, I am really liking the way I'm seeing Alanga the last couple of games. I know it's been cameos, but he looks a little bit more confident. It looks like Howe's put the arm around the shoulder and just gone, lad, just go for it. Do what you can do. And, if he'd done this from every game since the start of the season, I don't think anyone would have had any problems with the way he's played at all.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't know. Yeah, Man City are still in 11th place. I'm just checking now. Chelsea are 8th, but we aren't all in the top 8. So City let us down yesterday.
Always City, isn't it?
Well, at the moment it is, like I say. It doesn't seem right to say that these days, does it?
No, but if we were in decent form, you'd actually back us going into the Etihad. That's how poor they've been. It's just our away form where you're looking at it and going, you cannot see anything. But if we play like we have done today, I think we genuinely would have a really good chance.
Yeah, you're right. Again, PSV not really being able to get out their back line. They're trying to play football out from that back line to keep possession. Now a ball diagonal from the halfway line. That's a good ball out to that right-hand side. Picks the ball up, plays the ball inside right. Now centrally, again, it's closed down by Alanga, who'd worked really hard to get that ball back. Ball into the box is deflected on the 6-yard line, but it's out by Trippier, headed back, and Tonali finds and just gets the ball out of the danger zone, back to the halfway line. And I must admit, something that we don't do too often for me, and I think we should do it more regular, is clear your lines. Get a breather, get your shape, and work again. I think we try too much of this tippy-tappy passing in our final third when you're under a lot of pressure. Should never happen for me.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I think Howe's got a bit of an obsession of turnovers, and I think he really hates seeing the ball turned over by Newcastle. And it's one of those where you boot the ball away. More often than not, it is going to result in a turnover of possession. So I think it's one of those you see from Newcastle. We mentioned the risks, the risk factor earlier, where we just simply don't take enough. I think it all correlates into that at the end of the day. And when we do start taking a few more risks, whether that's under Howe or somebody else, we'll really see how good this Newcastle team is.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, for me, especially when you're under a bit of pressure, just clear it, get your shape back. And you're giving possession away. I agree with that. But I just think sometimes you look a lot better playing in the opposition half than you always do playing in your own.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I mentioned the turnover thing there. For me, that's why it was so baffling at the start of the season when from kickoffs we'd just launch it into the corner like Joe Kinnear used to do for Wimbledon.
Well done, I like that again. Harvey Barnes on that right-hand side, tried to feed in Ramsey. But again, well done from Elanga to get that press on. Wins the ball back for Newcastle in the final third again. And again, Newcastle happy for PSV to try and play football. They're just giving us the ball back. But again, Ramsey wasn't on term with that one. But again, PSV just giving us back. I love that. That's training ground stuff. That is between Miley and Tonali. Trippier picks the ball up again now. Again, he's done excellent, to be fair. Trippier, back-to-back games at his age. Never thought I'd see it.
Yeah, it's one of those where you didn't think, particularly against like this standard of opponent who've tormented really, really good teams. You're seeing Kieran Trippier at 35 put in solid performances. Don't get me wrong, you're not going to look at him and go, oh, this is peak Trent Alexander-Arnold. But what you are looking at and going, you know what, is a very solid player who can still do a job there for Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, the one thing I've looked at with Newcastle, and maybe that's been that full sense of security towards PSV, they've looked so different at St James's Park tonight. PSV, they've been wide open to a degree. Now, that could be two things: how far behind they are with some of their crazy results that they've had against them. And, it's got to be a must-win for them tonight. So was that the tactic all along, was just to come out and, be forward thinking, really put the pressure on, and see if we create our own problems. And in the end, all that's done is allowed us to play in and behind them and actually put them under pressure themselves, which has created more problems for themselves. And then you've also got to ask, as their coach looked at some of our previous performances and realised, you know what, if you do get at these boys, you've got a chance.
Yeah, I think, let's be honest, their final game, I'm not sure if it's been raised, but their final game's at home to Bayern. I think they looked at this game and went, this is the one we need to get 3 points from, or at least 1 point. I think they're currently on 8. Let's be honest, they're very unlikely to make the playoff round now, despite beating Liverpool and Napoli. But I think they looked at this game and went, we need something now, because they've had a few disappointing results in there as well. And to be honest, this might be, for them, maybe the most disappointing. Apart from Union Saint-Gilloise.
Absolutely. They've been awful, I must admit. And again, Harvey Barnes making a lot of yards up there. Keeper just, again, he's certainly been to the school of Pope, this lad, because he's played a pass there to somebody he saw in the crowd wearing a PSG shirt, because there's nobody anywhere near that ball. It was out for a throw into Newcastle. Been taken again. Ramsey to Tonali. Goes square to Chow again, who's not really put a foot wrong tonight, Chow. Not needed to do a lot, to be fair, because if I'm honest with you, the protection has come from the lads in front of them. They've all put a shift in tonight. I thought Jay said that's a great return. Reverse ball from Ramsey, but again, Voltemada on the half turn already when he had a simpler ball in front of him, gives the ball back to PSG. And that's something that he needs to grow out of, I must admit. Yeah. I'm all for getting the ball forward, but sometimes it's so much easier to play the way you're facing and then work the turn and try and find the space for the return ball.
Yeah, 100%. You can't be doing that against better teams than this. Let's be honest. We have gotten away with it here. But let's be honest, the likes of PSG, they're always going to punish you for stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Hall trying to find a long ball forward for Voltemada, but it's a little bit too much pace on that for Voltemada to find, that it's through to the keeper, who again drops it to the floor. Again, looking to launch one forward. PSV come to get the ball short, but he decides to go long. And again, it's more of a driven ball, which had beaten everybody. But like I say, far too much on that, and it's all the way through to Pope. Again, PSG had gone very narrow at the top, and there was a slip for a minute trying to anticipate that ball coming through from the keeper. But like I say, there's far too much on it. And again, it looked dangerous, but there was nothing on it from PSV at all. Malik Chow now picks the ball up inside his own penalty area again, pushes the ball towards the line to see Miley, but not directed correctly. Again, the percentage balls are coming. PSV now with a chance to get the ball into the box. It's on his right foot. He's trying to find an angle. He has a shot, but it's wide of the target from that Driouche for PSV.
Yeah, I just checked something there now, because I was sitting there thinking, this goalkeeper has been so poor. He can't be their first choice. Turns out he actually is, and he's played almost every game for them this season, which is baffling. You'd think for a team that, let's be honest, PSV, they're going to have a lot of the ball. They're going to need to play out from the back a little bit more. You'd think they'd have picked someone up who's a little better with the ball at his feet, but apparently he's their first choice replacement for Walter Benitez, who went off to Crystal Palace. So that's a big surprise to me. I thought their injuries, one of them must have been the goalkeeper.
Well, there's a nice one for Trippier's gone off. Willock's come on. Miley's took the armband.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Comes onto the pitch, Champions League. And he's made his name in the Champions League already a few years back. Now he's captaining his hometown side. It brings a tear to the eye. Great stuff.
Oh, unlucky there, Lewis Hall, trying to get that ball back from Voltemada, just behind him. And again, it's down that right-hand side, our left-hand side. And again, it can only go backwards, PSV, which is great for us. Not so good for them.
Just saw Kenny in the chat, just saw Win going home. To be fair, I think he does normally go out into the concourse.
He does, yeah.
This time, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because he wants to get in front of the queue for the taxis. That's why I said the only time when I was up there last was because I took my car, and he said, "I said, oh, great, I don't have to run out now." And I'm like, just stay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one of those. It's 85th minute. I always stay. Maybe I regret it towards the end, but I remember even the Liverpool game where Nunes got the brace in the last minute. It was 10 minutes later, clapping the players off. Still, I mean, I regretted it getting the metro home afterwards, but you can't be leaving early.
No, I mean, I must admit, like I say, I used to go to a lot of football games with my grandfather, who, obviously being elderly, he always liked to beat the traffic because he wasn't great on his legs towards the end, bless him. So he always used to come out 10 minutes, and I used to hate it. I used to really hate it.
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking from the young lad's perspective of, I can stand there I can sit for 90 minutes and stand for another 10, 15 without any issues. So I do get that, actually. That makes
but I used to say to him, just do another 5 minutes. He was like, listen, I don't want these buggers coming past me when I'm walking down them stairs. And I'm like, that's fair play. So he used to go first, and I always used to wait for 5 minutes. He'd be then walking outside down the steps by the time I caught up with him. But like I say, he wasn't great on his legs, so I always used to miss the last 5 minutes, if you like. But at the end of the day, it's football, and family always comes first. So I always took it on the chin. And when I was walking away from the ground, if I heard the roar, I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't say anything on the way home at all, Just keep my head down and drive.
Festering.
Yeah. I'll catch it on the TV later.
Yeah.
Anyway, Newcastle again slowing the game right down as we come into the final couple of minutes of this Champions League penultimate game at St James's Park. Miley now, again playing in his right back position, fires the ball up towards Willock. Again, back to Chow. Willock again picks the ball up and again sees an opening to give Miley a chance down the line. He gets it in play. Elanga now opens his legs up, trying to break the lines. Gets the ball under control, plays it outside to Miley. Miley dinks it to the back stick. Again, Harvey Barnes just loses sight of the ball, and it bounces up and out for the goal kick, deflected off his knee. Harvey Barnes again, two minds, I think, what he wanted to do there.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where at this stage of the game, I think players are looking at it and going, you know what, I want to get forward, I want to score. At the same time, also, you don't want to do anything stupid and give them a stupid goal at this point to give them a little bit of hope. So it's forgivable at this stage of the game, I guess. But you want him to have that sort of direct one mindset like you did for his goal, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been, it's like I say, it's been an interesting look at Newcastle tonight because, like I say, they don't really. First half, they looked as though they'd opened up a little bit. Second half, they don't really look like they've come out of second gear at all. It was like, they've controlled it well. They realise what could happen if they go on the press again. They've shut up the shop every time they've got the ball, PSV. And again, they look quite handy on the break. And I think that is, like I say, for me, Eddie Howe's made a good choice tonight. I can't really knock what he's done man management-wise.
No, absolutely not. I think it's one of those. Trippier's had a pretty decent game. He was the only one that, before the game, we went, I wouldn't have had him start. But this is a good team. I lost count of the amount of times I saw in the chat before the game. This PSV side don't lose; they do when they play us, and that's the most arrogant I'll sound. But it's one of those. We've put in a brilliant performance, and I think it does show. There is that difference in quality. They beat Liverpool, they beat Napoli. Newcastle have shown that we have the quality to play these kind of teams, win it very comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, the one thing Oh, hasn't he already been booked? That's the other one, hasn't it?
Sedilia's already been booked.
Yeah, it's Sedilia. It's all right. For a second, I'm thinking, oh, he's off. He's going to go. But it's the other one. They say there's far too many similar haircuts now. That's what confuses you.
As long as they're not all going to Gordon's barber, I'm happy.
Yeah. Tonali being the sensible one again, just asking the referee how long's left. Referee tells him politely, not long now, sir. Ball comes into the box from this direct free. Oh, it come off Voltamada there. I think he didn't realise that was going to come through to him. The ball has fallen back towards Willock again. I don't know why he's trying to turn into traffic. It has deflected back into the PSV lanes. And again, there's a little bit of a press on. But again, it's really poor passing from PSV. And the ball is there to play for a throw into Newcastle. It is poor at the end of it when you've got the opportunity to try and get something back, even if it's a consolation. If I'm honest with you, mate, they have the same problem as we've had in a couple of games. They'll never score in a month of Sundays.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to credit Newcastle and say it's because we've been so good defensively. But yeah, you do have to say they've been really poor, haven't they? You expected so much more from PSV. And the fans who've come over, I mean, their afternoon in Pop World was better than the game.
The highlight of the day, yeah.
Yeah.
Willock now picks the ball up again, slows it down. There's bodies forward if he wants to take it. Hall sees a pass to Harvey Barnes, who'd made a great run from the central position of the penalty area out to that left-hand side. And again, Harvey Barnes gets the opportunity to get it to the back stick. But again, Voltamada's marshalled, nowhere near it, and that should be it. Captain, we are 4 minutes into injury time. There's 4 minutes on the clock. Now it's in the referee's hands. There you go. All done. Newcastle 3, PSG 0. So PSG 0. I'd love to hear that one. PSV 0.
In a few weeks, mate.
Yeah, when is that? Middle of February, isn't it?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. 29th of January. 28th, sorry.
28th of January.
Yes.
Right. There you go.
Every team plays all together, so we're going to have unless we go behind early on, we're going to have a bit of a mission saying where we are in regards to the top 8. Because
we could.
There's hang on.
We are 7th as we speak, but like I say, it is so close when you go down all the way. 12th, 12 points, 11 points. Dortmund on 16. It's crazily tight, if I'm honest with you. So goal difference could be a big thing going forward. So I'm glad we've got that tonight because, like I say, winning by 3 goals certainly puts an extra half point on your scoreline. It's a shame we the Marseille game I hoped wouldn't come back towards us, and as we speak, it hasn't. So, like I say, that should G up the boys massively going forward into the Premier League. Anyway, I just hope it hasn't took everything out the bank regarding effort, but it certainly was a good. Yeah, it was a good effort tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Great goal, great game from us, to be honest. I think the only negatives I have is that when you are 3-0 up and another goal puts you in a really good position going into PSG, it's one of those where maybe, just maybe, you would have liked to see us push a little bit more. I am being a little bit negative, but a 3-0 win in the Champions League, I don't think you can ever fault that. Not at our best, not out of second gear. And we've dismantled comfortably a team that put 10 goals combined behind against the English and the Italian champions. So I will take that.
Absolutely, mate. And that's probably as good a plaudit as you can give them. Before we go over and have a bit of a deep dive in tonight's game, again, shouldn't take long, if I'm honest with you. I just want a couple of shout outs to Wazza, thank you ever so much for your super chat. Irish, thank you ever so much. Darren Mills, Irish again. Random Access for your gifted membership. And like I say, Dark Side of the Moon. Welcome on board to the madness.
Thanks,
So
everyone.
there you go. It finished at St James's Park on this Wednesday eve, Champions League football. Newcastle 3, PSV 0. I keep wanting to say PSG. Great night of football, to be fair. Very comfortable in the end. And like I say, it looked like Newcastle were back to the old self at times.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what did Newcastle in that season where we were, deemed to be our best, that first full season in Eddie, what did we stand for? Teams weren't scoring against us. We were one of the best defences in the league by a country mile. We're the second best defence now in the Champions League. And you can say, we haven't played that many half-decent attacks. I'm sitting there and thinking, well, we've played the likes of Benfica, who I know they haven't been great this year, but they put 3 or 4 past Barcelona last year. Athletic Club just put 3 past Atalanta. Barcelona, how many goals do they score? So it's one of those where the defence has been tested, maybe not tonight, like we thought it would be, but second best defence in the league phase of a Champions League, I'll take that.
I'll take that as well, yeah, exactly. It's like a pat on the back for everybody. So well done, Michael, for being my right-hand man, or left-hand man if you're looking at the screen. Thanks, everybody out there in Viewerland, because like I say, without you guys, this is boring. So thanks for your chat. There's been some entertaining stuff coming through the chat I've been keeping me on. So thank you, one and all. And thank you, like I say, to everybody that's gifted us something. Stay tuned, because like I say, straight after this, we will be jumping on to the post-match. And like I say, taking a bit of a deeper look into players, what went well, what didn't. And we'll take it from there. So again, thanks one and all. We'll see you on the next one. Until now, and we're the lads. He never says lasses and burns, so I will. Hey.